we live in as women is believing that we have high emotional intelligence and are
Bring that
emotional.
back.
The falseness we live in as women is believing that we have high emotional intelligence and setting the record straight. Women have no emotional intelligence. The reason
Rewind.
the falseness we live in as women is believing that we have high emotional intelligence and setting the record straight. Women have no emotional intelligence. The reason that as women we want to believe we have emotional intelligence is because we are emotional. Because we are emotional as women, we want to think we have high emotional intelligence. But the truth is the fact that we are highly emotional is actually the biggest indicator that we have very low emotional intelligence, because being emotional is having no control over our emotional state, which is low emotional intelligence. High emotional intelligence is the ability to be pragmatic, to see things realistically, and to make choices and respond to life not from an emotional place. It's the ability to be in control of our emotional state and operate in life from that place.
Tiffany Lucas appeared in court Monday looking stone.
So, this is how we are starting this show. As you already know, y'all already know what I'm about to say. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. We are about to talk about how TD Jakes and how other black pastors, the black church altogether, is not only promoting single motherhood, but it's putting women in a position where they actually think single motherhood is a good thing. And we have to talk about this because for those who don't know, I coach women. And for those who don't know, I've been against single motherhood, for years. I was raised by a single mother. And I and other people have a direct understanding of how dysfunctional, blatantly dysfunctional, and destructive single motherhood actually is, not can be, that it is, and we have to end it. But before we end it, we have to acknowledge that single motherhood is definitely a problem. Y'all think the crack epidemic was a problem? No. The single motherhood epidemic is a problem because guess what? None of y'all watching are on crack. So the crack epidemic isn't a problem in our neighborhoods because none of you watching either are on crack or have never smoked crack. But guess what? Virtually every last one of you, I would say 90% of you watching, were raised by a single mother. So when we talk about a crack epidemic and all these epidemics, right? All these people dying or all these people doing drugs, none of y'all are on drugs. None of y'all have ever done any drug, hard drug. So how is that the actual epidemic that is affecting black people? No. 90% of all of you were raised by a single unwed mother. That is the epidemic. That is the actual problem. Being raised by a woman is the problem with black people. And white America has put all of us in a position where we are stuck. And I'll say the word again, stuck being raised by freaking women. So here we go. And I have no issue with women. I just don't want women raising humans. They need to be somebody's wife, not a head of a household. Okay. So I'll say it again. Women are supposed to be helpmates to men, not head of households. So it's an H word, helpmate, and not head of household. So I have no problem with women. I have a problem with single mothers. It's a difference. Okay. So don't be out in the chat. You hate women. No, it's not about that. You ladies are out of line. Okay. God literally put you on this earth to be a man's help mate. But for some stupid reason, all of y'all are not helpmates. Y'all are head of households, which is nuts to me. Hit a like button, hit a like button, hit a like button, hit a like button. Share this video out. This is going to be helpful to so many people. So I'm going to start this over. Let's go.
The falseness we live in as women is believing that we have high emotional intelligence.
Facts.
And setting the record straight, women have no emotional intelligence.
Facts.
The reason that as women we want to believe we have emotional intelligence is because we are emotional.
Facts.
Because we are emotional as women, we want to think we have high emotional intelligence. But the truth is the fact that we are highly emotional is actually the biggest indicator that we have very low emotional intelligence, because being emotional is having no control over our emotional state, which is low emotional intelligence. High emotional intelligence is the ability to be pragmatic, to see things realistically, and
see things realistically. Think about that for a second. We're going to keep going. Hit a like button, hit a like button, hit a like button. See things realistically, right? Do women see anything realistically? No. Are women objective with anything? The answer is no. So why are these same people raising children? A person that does not see things realistically are raising our children. I want to give y'all an example. When my daughter, I have two daughters. When my daughter was little, and me and my daughter was talking about this the other day. When my daughter was little, she was about, I don't know, 5 or 7 or something, right? Me, my ex-wife, and my two daughters, we went to the store to get some stuff. My oldest daughter, I taught my kids, and this is the importance of having a father. I taught my kids, not to steal, not to do this, not to do that, right? And the proper way to operate, right? So I already taught them what to and what not to do. But of course, when they go out in the world, what's up, October 3074? Oh, and put your city in the chat, y'all. Put your city in the chat. Put your city in the chat. Put your city in the chat. I want to shout you out. I want to see who all is in here. So me, my ex-wife, my 2 kids go to the store, right? See, when you teach your kids something, now you put them out in the world and see how they operate. Shout out to NYC. Shout out to Westland, Michigan. Shout out to Amsterdam. Shout out to the Bronx. Shout out to Georgia. Shout out to Forest Park, Georgia. Shout out to Waco, Texas. Okay, so we go to the store, right? My daughter steals something from the store. We in the car, and my ex-wife is like, "Where you get that?" And I turn around, and she has something, and she said, "Well, I got it from the store." Right? Now, I taught her that you exchange money for things when you go to the store. You don't just pick up things, right? That's what I taught her. And I turned around, I pulled over. I said, "Did you just steal that?" She looked at me. I said, we don't steal things around here. We don't steal things in this family. Pulled over. I said, people who steal things live on a street. So if you're going to be a thief, you need to get out. Pulled over. I got out of the car and I opened her door and I said, you either get out right now and live amongst the thieves, or we're going to go back to the store and you're going to give the thing back and apologize to the store person. Which would you rather have? You get out or we go back to the store? I gave her an option. She said, go back to the store. Me and my daughter talked about this the other day. My daughter's grown. And we drove back to the store and she apologized to the store clerk, and we didn't have that problem again. The reason why I brought that up, if my daughter was raised by a single mother and she stole something, do you think that would have happened? I'll ask that question again because I want y'all to answer it in the chat. If my daughter was raised by her mother alone, do you think something as strict, something as definite, something as scary, something as structured would have happened if she would have seen that she stole something? The answer is no. No. She probably would have whooped her. What is wrong with you? You're embarrassing me. So stupid mess. But I specifically, one, taught her not to steal. Two, I did not whoop her. I want y'all to think about that. I did not whoop her. There's no reason to whoop her. This scenario was a teaching lesson. Okay? 3, I gave her an option. Regardless of how crazy the option was, I gave her an option. So instead of whooping her, which would have taught her nothing, would have caused her to be more resentful, would have caused her to be embarrassed, I gave her a lesson and I said, people who steal live out in the streets. So if you would like to be like people who steal, get out. But if you want to continue to be a part of this family, and the only way you can be a part of this family is by not stealing, we can go back to the store and you can give the thing back. So do you want to be a part of this family, or do you want to be a part of the thieves? And it was just that simple. No whooping, no hollering, no fussing. A single mother would have been like, what is wrong with you? You blah, 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 blah. Psh, 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 psh. Would have just would have beat the crap out of the girl. Because that's what single mothers do. Single mothers don't have lessons to teach. Single mothers do not have structured, pragmatic, objective ways of teaching. They just get mad and just start psh, psh. I told you not to. They ain't helping nobody do nothing. That's stupid. And that's just an example of what fatherhood is versus motherhood. And we're going to get into TD Jakes, black churches, all this mess. Actually, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. I'm just going to hit you with one little gem right here, and then just one little gem, and then we're gonna keep going with the psychologist. Listen to this. This is about the black church. This is about the black church. Listen.
I told a story about the churches.
I don't think so.
Here in Atlanta.
He says, here in Atlanta. Listen to this.
I don't know if I ever told a story about the churches.
I don't think so.
Here in Atlanta. We wanted to buy a church out here, a building.
Oh, wow.
It cost $1 million. We said, we can't afford that because we grassroots.
Mm.
So the minister said, hey, no. We said, minister, how are you able to afford this $1 million building? He said, you go to the bank. I said, no. We went to the bank. All these bank, they say the churches have unreliable income because 1 week it may be good, next week it might be bad because it's based on donations.
Right.
He said, no. He said, Christians have a bank strictly for Christians.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Christians have a bank strictly for Christians, right? Think about that. Christians have a bank strictly for Christians, right? Listen to what happens. Because we're going to talk about these disgusting black churches and how they promote single motherhood. Listen to this.
Income, because 1 week it may be good, next week it might be bad because it's based on donations.
Right.
He said, no. He said, Christians have a bank strictly for Christians.
Oh, wow.
So he gave us the address. Brothers go down there, and the clause is, in order to get the money funded for a church, millions of dollars, you have to teach what they want you to teach. They said to us, our church, our teachings must align with theirs. Jesus is white. December 25th.
Christmas, yeah.
The laws are done away with. I'm like, we don't teach that. You can't get no money from us.
Can't get no money from us.
And the churches have never revealed. That was on a sneak tip the minister told us. And we found out, whoa, there's so much ins and out with the churches. It will shock people.
So did y'all hear that? What does that actually mean? That means the TD Jakes, the Clef Low Dollars, and all these other idiots out here teaching black people are literally running their church, running their system with certain doctrines that they have to teach. They have to teach. So in other words, not only are public schools running under a curriculum. Okay, real quick. Do you agree that public schools are ran under a curriculum meant to keep black people messed up? Yes or no? Are public schools operating under a curriculum meant to keep black people messed up and stupid? Yes or no? Are public schools running under a curriculum, because they can't teach what they want to teach? There's a curriculum, and is the curriculum damaging the black people? Yes or no? Public schools. Are public schools teaching under a curriculum that is damaging black people? Yes or no? Yes, hell yes. Yes, schools, church, prisons. Exactly. So, y'all are saying yes, right? Y'all are saying public schools are running under a specific curriculum that is damaging to black people as a whole, right? Here's the thing that a lot of you ladies don't know. Your church is using the same curriculum. It's not just your public school that is indoctrinating your child. Your church is indoctrinating you. See, we love to talk mess about public schools. Oh my God, public schools, their words are terrible. I need to put my child in a private school. But your ass go to church. You got this big fat pastor standing up there talking about Jesus saying all this stupid shit. You're under the same doctrination as your child is. It's the same curriculum. And y'all wonder why all of y'all are single mothers. And when somebody says something about single motherhood, it's, you hate women. No, you are indoctrinated. So I'm playing this again because it's very important.
I don't know if I ever told a story about the churches.
I don't think so.
Here in Atlanta.
Here in Atlanta.
We wanted to buy a church out here, a building.
Oh, wow.
It cost $1 million. We said, we can't afford that because we
This is in
grassroots.
Atlanta.
So the minister.
This is in Atlanta. I know who this guy is. This is in Atlanta, y'all. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. In Atlanta, present day.
I don't know if I ever told a story about the churches.
I don't think so.
Here in Atlanta. We wanted to buy a church out here, a building.
Oh, wow.
It cost $1 million. We said, we can't afford that because we grassroots. So the minister said, hey, no. We said, minister, how are you able to afford this $1 million building? He said, you go to the bank. I said, no. We went to the bank. All these bank, they say the churches have unreliable income because 1 week it may be good, next week it might be bad because it's based on donations.
Right.
He said, no. He said, Christians have a bank strictly for Christians.
Oh, wow.
So he gave us the address. Brothers go down there, and the clause is, in order to get the money funded for a church.
In order to get the money funded for a church, what you got to do?
Millions of dollars. You have to
$1 million.
teach what they want you to teach.
You have to teach what they want you to teach. So all these fat, stupid pastors that y'all are listening to, they're teaching you something the white man is requiring them to teach. And I ain't even got started yet.
They said to us, our church, our teachings must align with theirs. Jesus is white.
Jesus is not damn white.
December 25th.
Christmas, yeah.
The laws are done away with.
Christmas is stupid. Christmas is for children. Like, Christmas is dumb. Do y'all realize Christmas is not a damn holiday? Christmas is stupid.
I'm like, we don't teach that. You can't get no money from us then. And
you can't get no money from us then if you don't teach our bullshit.
Churches have never revealed. That was on a sneak tip.
See, the thing about it is, and then you already know mega churches don't pay taxes. Why don't they pay taxes? It's because they work for the government.
That's the told us. And we found out, whoa, there's so much ins and out with the churches, it will shock people.
So let's go back to the woman. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button.
Choices and response. The falseness we live in as women is believing that we have high emotional intelligence. And
why am I playing this over and over again? Why am I playing this over and over again? There's a specific reason why I'm playing this over and over again. She says this.
The falseness we live in as women is believing that we have high emotional intelligence.
Who taught y'all or lied to y'all and said, y'all women have high emotional intelligence? The black church. Ain't nobody else told you that you have a high emotional intelligence other than the black church. The black church told you that you have high emotional intelligence. And why is this important? The black church has told black women that they are the supreme human beings and they ain't run around doing dumb shit like children. But essentially, y'all are literally running around doing dumb shit like children. Like, if you think about high emotional intelligence, just as an example, right? With somebody who has a high emotional intelligence, if somebody was so smart and intelligent, right? What's up, Terica? Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. How is somebody that is perceived, because y'all don't, to have high emotional intelligence, how is it that every bum that you get with can sleep with you with no condom, can play you, can cheat on you, can you, and you don't go nowhere? And you'll turn around and have a baby with them, and the nigga ain't even got no job. With somebody with a high emotional intelligence, not only become a single mother, with somebody with a high emotional intelligence, become a single mother with a bum. No. So how is it that you ladies have a high emotional intelligence, but all of y'all have babies with losers? Almost all of y'all have children out of wedlock. How can somebody with so much emotional intelligence do so much stupid emotional shit? The church lied to you because in their curriculum, the white man's curriculum, the church has to make black women feel like they're smarter than they actually are. Because if you feel like you're smarter than you actually are, you're going to think you don't need a husband. That's it. So the job of the church is to make black women, fat black women, think that they are smarter and more emotionally intelligent and more educated than black men, so they can feel like they don't need black men. And if you don't think you need a black man, you're not going to get married. And your dumb ass is going to be running around spitting out babies and abusing, I'm not going to say, and traumatizing your little fatherless babies. That's why I keep playing this. So let's keep going.
And setting the record straight, with the falseness we live in as women is believing that we have high emotional intelligence. And setting the record straight, women have no emotional intelligence. The reason that as women we want to believe we have emotional intelligence is because we are emotional. Because we are emotional as women, we want to think we have high emotional intelligence. But the truth is the fact that we are highly emotional is actually the biggest indicator that we have very low emotional intelligence, because being emotional is having no control over our emotional state, which is low emotional intelligence. High emotional intelligence.
So how can a group of people have a high emotional intelligence when they have no control over their emotions? And these are the people raising our damn children. It's crazy.
Is the ability to be pragmatic, to see things realistically, and to make choices and respond to life not from an emotional place. It's the ability to be in control of our emotional state and operate in life from that place.
Tiffany Lucas appeared in court Monday.
So right here, I'm going to show you signs, examples of low emotional intelligence. Now, preacher talked about trauma yesterday. the preacher. Nowhere in hell off he's sitting in front of a goddamn preacher. Nowhere in hell. So it is what it is. So What I'm about to show you, because I want y'all to look up right now how many women per year delete their own children. I want you to look up right now how many women, how many single mothers delete their own children per year. How many single mothers delete their own children every year? Then I want you to look up how many single fathers delete their own children per year. And you'll easily see that the biological father of a child barely ever causes deletion to his own child. Stepchild, some other stuff, whatever, but the biological father never, almost never deletes their own offspring. But the biological mother, you will be shocked how often it happens. It literally happens every day. I'm going to look it up right now. I'm going to mute myself because I don't want to say it. I'm going to say it to my phone, but I don't want the algorithm to hear it. So hold on one second. Okay. So I didn't want to say it, but I just, said it to my phone. It says Kimberly Slaughter, Colorado mother, blanks her kids. Okay. Conwell mother charged with drowning somebody, let's just say. Okay. Look it up. Just look it up. You'll see scenario after scenario after scenario. You would not believe how many single mothers are running around like literal serial killers. Literally. They're like little serial killers. So let's keep going. Because we're going to get these children away from these goddamn women in some type of way. Because they are not safe with y'all.
Realistically, and to make choices and respond to life not from an emotional place. It's the ability to be in control of our emotional state and operate in life from that place.
Tiffany Lucas appeared in court Monday looking stone-faced and cold. Last month, Tiffany Lucas took the lives of her two sons, Jaden, 9, and Maurice, 6. She kept a serious expression throughout her appearance as she pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of capital murder of the boys. The boys' aunt drove up from Georgia for the court hearing and said she's determined not to miss a single court date.
I found out about this court date Saturday.
And Burgos and company said, don't forget about the other way of getting rid of the child before the child comes. And I totally agree, Burgos and company. Y'all are either going to get them before they become people, or if y'all don't get them before they become people, y'all going to get their asses after they become people. Y'all going to get them anyway. Yeah. Like a damn psycho murderer or some shit. It's crazy. I want y'all to think, I want y'all also to look up this. I want you to look up how many abortions happen per year. And of course, the only people who can do that are women, right? So you look at how many, you'll see either 250,000 or 350,000. I think it was 350,000 last year, but on average it's 250,000 little ones are deleted every year. 250,000 little ones are deleted every year. And you actually think a human being that can knowingly, just like that, go to a clinic and just be like, get this person out of me, whatever, right? You don't think that person doesn't have any mental issues? I'm sorry. Some of y'all have done it. And doing it either was because you had a mental issue or you now have a mental issue because you have done it. Whatever reason. Okay? Women are doing this crap for birth control. Instead of plan B, they go to the damn clinic. Some women done did it 5 times. And these are the actual human beings that are raising human beings. So to a certain degree, axe murderers without the axe, serial killers are raising our children. Because I want y'all to think about this. What is a serial killer? It's a person that, deletes multiple people, right? If you deleted multiple people, you are a serial killer. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? If you have deleted multiple people, you are a serial killer. That is the definition of a serial killer. And who has made y'all feel like y'all are empowered to do this mess? The Black church. Let's keep going, because this woman is a serial killer herself.
I got on the highway at 3 o'clock in the morning because I'll be at every court date.
The boys were laid to rest separately. Tiffany's lack of emotion was noticed by everyone in the courtroom.
Look at this woman. This is a serial killer. This woman deleted multiple people. This is a serial killer. The typical single mother may in fact be a serial killer. Ask the woman you dating, how many times have you gotten an ABO? I bet she'd be like 3. Serial killer. Serial killer.
Including Ms. Baker.
She just looks like she doesn't have a care in the world. I think her sitting in jail for the rest of her life is a cakewalk.
Prosecutors pushed for a $2 million bond without any objection from Tiffany's attorney.
I do not believe she needs to be out on bond under any circumstances, and that bond essentially ensures that.
She's due back in court in January to establish.
Her own lawyer said she don't need no damn bond. And before we keep going, I want to help you avoid serial killers. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to help you avoid serial killers. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to help you avoid these nutbag serial killers. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to help you avoid these nutbag serial killers. All right, here we go. Pay attention, pay attention, pay attention.
How about we meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game? We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games and give them out for Christmas. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play deeper discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor why a relationship went bad.
Deeper Discussions Dating Edition. Again, these cards are good for vetting a potential boyfriend, a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. The texture of these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like
they ain't gonna get
really
wore out.
Durable.
Okay, so this right here will help you avoid nutbag serial killers. All right? Every man, every woman needs this card game. If you have not already bought my Deeper Discussions card game, please buy it, because there's women out here who are literally nutbags, but guess what? They're pretty. And you could turn around and end up with a pretty woman that is a nutbag. So I'm gonna show y'all some pretty women, right? But I want to show y'all what's behind a pretty woman.
Like she doesn't have a...
So right here, hit a like button, hit a like button, hit a like button. Okay. Is this woman pretty? Yes or no? Is this woman pretty? She has pretty kids also. If you met this woman, you would date her. She's pretty. Oh, let me give you a better picture of her. All right, right here.
Looking stone-faced and cold.
She's pretty. If I seen her somewhere, I would date her. Right? Do you think, just say this woman got off free, scot-free, and they just gave her probation. This woman would be on dating apps and just out in the world, done deleted her 2 children. She ain't gonna tell you. But if you buy my Deeper Discussions card game and you met this nutbag right here, and you sat down and played the Deeper Discussions card game with her, now, guess what? There's certain signs, there's certain signals, there's certain things that she would say that would have you like, something's off about this woman. Because most of us are simply staring at a woman's breasts, or you looking at a man's chest or his arms, and you're not really thinking about, is this person a serial killer? Is this person a nutbag? And we're dating people that are literally stupid and crazy. And we're having babies with stupid, crazy people. That's the reason why I made this card game. Y'all may get sick of me pushing the card game. I don't care. Because I am here to save somebody. I'm here to save somebody who wants to save themselves. I would not date a woman without playing this card game with her. I wouldn't take her seriously without playing this card game with her. Because my own card game is going to help me. But if you don't have it, you can end up with this damn woman. Because a lot of these women get off on probation.
Last month, Tiffany Lucas took the live.
Look at how pretty she is. Look at her. Look at her. You wouldn't date this woman? Nice body, pretty. You wouldn't date her? I would definitely date her. But this woman is a nutbag.
Of her 2 sons.
What do the answers mean to the other person will insult them? The answers, there's no answers the questions, Burgos, there's questions. They'll answer their own question. There's no answers in the game. Do you think the card game is supposed to show you mental breakdown and mental illness? I'm not going to say yes to that answer, to that question, but having particular conversations will easily unveil a person's mental illness. Yes. So no, because I'm not going to say my deeper discussions card game is therapy or something like that. I'm not going to say that. But the questions in my deeper discussions card game will unearth a lot of things that people don't necessarily tell other people. Family issues. How's your relationship with your mother? How's your relationship with your father? Let me ask you, there's one question that says, what is your mother's primary love languages? That's a simple question right there. What is your mother's primary love language? What is your father's primary love language? If you ain't had no good relationship with your father, you're going to say, well, I don't know what my father's primary love language is because he wasn't in my life. Bingo. We're going to talk about TD Jakes in a minute, right? If you say, well, my mom's primary love languages was acts of service. She always trying to do stuff for me. She over mothers me. Red flag. Your mother over mothers you. If your mother's primary love language is acts of service, most likely you have been babied by your mother. Buy my Deeper Discussions card game. The link is under this video. Actually, the link is like hovering around here somewhere. Hit the link, buy my Deeper Discussions card game, and let's go. So y'all want to hear about TD Jakes and the black pastors? We're going to speed up a little bit then. All right. So last night on Hardly Initiated, well, actually, let's play this first. Let's play this, and then we're going to get into the black church. All right. So listen to this.
She doesn't have a care in the world. I think her sitting in jail for the rest of her life is a cakewalk.
Prosecutors pushed for a $2 million bond without any objection from Tiffany's attorney.
I do not believe she needs to be out on bond under any circumstances, and that bond.
You're so much of a nutbag that your own lawyer is like, no, this woman do not need to be on the streets. Why? Because she's a serial killer.
Bond essentially ensures that.
She's due back in court in January to establish who her attorney will be.
My mama listens, but
so y'all listen to this part right here. This is another, because we're talking about single motherhood, right? This is another situation involving single motherhood. This is what single motherhood does to you after you are an adult.
To establish who her attorney will be.
my mama listens, but she don't hear.
Okay, give me an example.
Please. Like, I told her, like, hey, Mom, I got stuff like that in January.
I'm so sorry.
And she lit a cigarette and was like, okay. And then she didn't say nothing, and I got up and I walked off.
What was going through your mind in that moment?
I was when I was younger. This is a triggering conversation for me.
Now listen to how the mother literally does not give a shit about what happened to her daughter. She only cares about what happened to her. So I'm going to play it and I'm going to back it up. So listen.
One thing I will not do is sit here and be ridiculed by my own child who knows I will go to the ends of the earth for you. You know.
So this is what single mothers naturally do. Daughter goes to her mother and says, your boyfriend, because most children are M'd and R'd under the protection of their single mother. It's usually the mama's boyfriend. It's never the biological father. It's usually the mama's boyfriend or either the mother's brother. Let me know if you agree or you disagree. Most children are emmed and ard by their mother's brother or their mother's boyfriend. Do you agree or no? Say, I agree or I disagree. Most children are emmed and ard by either the mother's brother or the mother's boyfriend, not the biological father, right? So here comes the child. You said dirty uncles. That's the mother's brother, y'all. Y'all do understand the nasty uncle is the mother's brother. I literally said the mother's brother or the mother's boyfriend, and all y'all want to say is, what about the uncles? That's a mother's brother. Come on, y'all. Get it together. The mother's brother or the mother's boyfriend. The dirty uncle is the mother's brother, okay? So the daughter goes to the mom and says, Mom, your brother or your boyfriend blanked me, right? And instead of being like, what? I'm going to call the police. We're going to put him in jail, or I'm going to call somebody and beat him up. Nope. 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 You know why? Because if the mother, single mother, dysfunctional mother, actually were to admit that or acknowledge that her daughter was emmed by her boyfriend, who do you think is at fault? I'll say it again. The reason why mothers don't acknowledge when their child gets emmed and ard is literally because if the mother acknowledges what actually happened, it means it's her fault. And it hurts her image as a mother. That is the reason why virtually every single mother gets mad at her daughter when she says, your boyfriend emmed me. Listen to this. Listen to this. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Watch this.
And that bond essentially ensures that.
She's due back in court in January.
Forget about this part. I rewind a little too long. Just listen.
To establish who her attorney will be.
My mama listens, but
so here we go. This is the typical situation that happens with almost every woman. If you are an adult and if you were emmed by somebody in your childhood, it was most likely your mother's brother and your mother or your mother's boyfriend. And when you went to your mother, put a 1 in the chat if you dealt with this yourself as a woman. When you went to your mother did not acknowledge your pain. Why? Because if she would have acknowledged your pain, she would have had to acknowledge the fact that it was her fault that her baby got emmed. And she can't do that because her ego won't allow it. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been through this shit. I have not, but I coach women, and I've been coaching women for the last 7 years. So I literally empathize or sympathize with women who have been through this because I've heard so many stories. It could have happened to me, but it did not. My mother was bringing around random dudes also. They just chose not to come in my room. So it could have happened. My mama wouldn't be able to stop it. So it could have happened to me. It just didn't. All right, let's keep going. Listen to this.
she don't hear.
Okay, give me an example.
Please.
Like,
look how she looking. Look how mama is looking. She's right now looking like, I dare you. I will slap you straight across the mouth. I dare you. This is the manipulation that mothers use when they are looked at as you are not a good mother. Do you see this look on this goddamn woman's face? Hit a like button, y'all. Hit a like button. Listen to this shit.
I told her, like, hey, Mom, I got stuff like that in January.
I'm so sorry.
And
look at the mother. Look at the mother. Do you think the mother is listening? Okay, right now, put in the chat, what do you think the mother is thinking right now? What do you think the mother is thinking right now? Put in the chat. What is this woman thinking right now? Right now. What do you think she's thinking? Put in the chat. What is this woman thinking right now? Why is she looking like this? I'll back it up just a little bit. Comment in the chat.
Okay, give me an example.
Please. Like, I told her, like, hey, Mom, I got stuff like that in
so
January.
What do y'all think she's thinking right now? So let's see. What are y'all saying in the chat? All right. How to respond to what my daughter is saying. How about you empathize with your daughter? Forget about trying to respond. Give your daughter a hug. What do you mean? She didn't do anything. That's what she thinks. See? Because women are dysfunctional children, right? Scared. This is even better right here. You better not say anything. Why is it that mothers are the main people that run around telling people not to say anything? I don't want to hear this shit. She's trying to make me look bad. Exactly, October 3074. She only cares about her personal image as a mother. She doesn't give a damn about what happened to her daughter. And the thing about it is, look, the mother is thinking about knocking her out. Why? Okay, so just for a second, y'all, just for a second. If y'all are just reading what women and men are saying in the chat, right? All right. She hasn't healed from her own trauma and she can't deal with her daughter's trauma. So I was emmed by my aunt. Okay. Sorry to hear that. She done effed up. Man, this is a good show, educational. Thank you, Dion. I appreciate you. So she probably wished she wasn't born. That's the evil mothers. Ooh. She probably wishes her daughter was never born. Oh my God, Sean, you said something right here. She probably right now at this point, she has this look on her face right here, thinking like, I wish I would have aborted your ass. Oh, that is what that look is. I wish I would have aborted your ass. That is what that look is saying. Why didn't I just get an abortion when I was young? This bitch. That's what she's saying. Oh, my mother told me that. Damn. All right, so look. I want to ask y'all a question. For all of y'all who think you hate women, you're bashing single mothers. I just want to ask the women in particular, do you now, and then I'm not even done. We ain't even got the T.D. Jakes yet. We ain't even got nowhere near the rest of the show yet. But thus far, do you now see why I despise single motherhood so badly? Just say yes or no. Just say I understand or say I don't understand. Do you understand? Drop the link, bro. I'll drop the link. All right, I just dropped the StreamYard link for any men and women who want to come up. I just dropped the link if any men and women want to come up. So, because I want to ask y'all, am I bashing single mothers? Or am I proving that women overall are extremely inept and they have no business raising other people? And if you just get out of your feelings and don't internalize what I'm saying, you'll easily be able to see it. I'm trying to free my people, but it's hard when y'all don't want to be free. I'll say it again. I'm trying to free my people, but it is difficult when I'm talking to people who don't want to be free. All right, let's keep going. Let's see what happens. This evil ass woman.
I'm so sorry.
And she lit a cigarette and was like, okay. And then she didn't say nothing, and I got up and I walked off.
She said she lit a cigarette and just said, okay. Are you crazy? She lit a cigarette and just said, okay. Are you kidding me? And just said, okay. What's up, bro? You gotta cut the other cut YouTube off.
All right. How you doing?
All right, what's going on with you?
Not much, man. This is an awesome show. I appreciate you. I salute you once again. And I like to say, man, every pastor, every bishop, you know, people in the church is not the same. I grew up with a real man of God, my dad, which I always say is better than these Democratic preachers like Martin Luther King and all that, because he represent marriage. We always had marriage ministry at our church, health seminars and all that good stuff. So I can attest to these, and I apologize to you and other people that think like you that have a bad look at the church because of what you've seen or what you may heard.
Hold on.
All right.
Just a thing. I don't have a bad look at the church. I'll say it again. I don't have a bad look at the church. I'm literally stating facts.
Okay.
Any black church that makes over $250,000 a year is working for the devil. Every black church that makes over $200,000 a year, $250,000 a year, is working for the devil, is destructive to black people. I don't give a shit.
Why you say that?
I'll let you know. I don't give a shit who the church is. Okay. So I'll go back to calm down. Hold on. Because I'm not here to get mad and argue. I'm here to just state facts. Okay. So here we go.
I told a story about the churches.
I don't think so.
Here in Atlanta, we wanted to buy a church out here, a building.
Oh, wow.
It cost $1 million. We said, we can't afford that because we grassroots. So the minister said, hey, no. We said, minister, how are you able to afford this $1 million building? He said, you go to the bank. I said, no. We went to the bank. All these bank, they say the churches have unreliable income because.
So just a second. If the average church cannot get a loan simply because churches operate off of donations, right? How does that church get money? That's the first question I'm gonna ask you.
You talking about
how does a church get a loan from a bank if they do not have reliable income?
You got all type of grants out there. I'm not a pastor. You know, I just learned a lot of stuff on the business side about the church, talking with my father this past Christmas, all these years I've been in church. But I know you got grants. I know you got people that have money, of course, donations. But these larger churches.
Whoa. I literally asked a question. I said, how do churches get bank loans from banks if they have unreliable income?
I don't know too much of the business side like that, bro. But I can tell you what I've seen. I've seen a lot of fundraisers.
It's not. We're not talking about fundraisers, okay?
Okay.
We're simply talking about economics.
I don't know, brother.
It's okay. It's okay. See, to buy a house, you go to a bank. You prove your income, and depending on your income and your work history, you can get a certain type of house, right? Is it true that is it more difficult to buy a house now than it was? Hello?
Is it more?
Okay,
Say that question again.
Don't worry about it. When you go buy a car, you go to a bank, they prove your income, and depending on your income, you get a certain kind of car, right?
Right.
Okay. So it's the same with a bank. I mean, with a church, sir. You cannot get a church from a bank. You cannot get a loan for a church from a bank because you do not have income. It comes from donations. So, because this is a fact, not an opinion, a fact, you cannot get a loan from a bank to start a church. This is what happens, sir.
One week it may be good, next week it might be bad because it's based on donations.
Right.
He said, no. He said Christians have a bank strictly for Christians.
Oh, wow.
Are you aware that Christian churches have banks strictly for church? There are church banks. Hold on, let me read this super chat real quick. Shout out to I Love My Ad Block. If you Google her image, she looks like an Instagram model. Damn, that's crazy. That's the girl we was talking about earlier. Sorry for reading your super chat late. So, are you aware that there are church banks? You cannot get a unless you have a lot of money already, right? Because I'm not saying you can't, but if you got $600,000 in the bank, you can, get a loan for a church because you got money, right? But the average person, average pastor, average congregation does not have enough money to just buy a church. So how do they get the funding from the church bank? Church bank, keyword church bank.
Right.
He said, no. He said Christians have a bank strictly for Christians.
Oh, wow.
So he gave us the address. Let us go down there. And the clause is, in order to get the money funded for a church, millions of dollars, you have to teach what they want you to teach. They said to us, our teachings must align with theirs. Jesus is white. December 25th.
Christmas, yeah.
The laws are done away with.
There's something called church loans. Church loans. Church loans. And a church loan is not a bank loan, it's a church loan. And what comes with the church loan is you have to teach our ideology. Jesus is white. If you don't teach that Jesus is white, you ain't gonna get no money. Okay, let's keep going.
Teachings must align with theirs. Jesus is white. December 25th.
Christmas, yeah.
The laws are
Christmas is some stupid pagan shit. Christmas does not exist.
Done away with. I'm like, we don't teach that. You can't get no money from us then.
So with all that being said, do you understand that any church that is funded by the government is meant to destroy black people?
I see where you're coming from with that, sir. I do understand. I can't say this. I see why why not all, but there's a lot of pastors that preach from a democratic standpoint, meaning they believe in abortion, they believe in pushing the gay agenda.
Hold on. Don't, make sure not to use those words. I understand. You ain't saying nothing bad, but those are trigger words for you.
Or the democratic agenda, if they know what that means.
What are you saying that I'm not saying?
And I would like to add this.
Hold on. They're pushing the agenda because the bank gave them a curriculum, sir. So regardless of so the thing about it is you just came up here wanting to argue my point and you're agreeing with my point. Why are you looking to argue with my point when you're agreeing with my point? There is a curriculum for the church to teach, and you're agreeing with me. Why are you up here trying to argue something that you agree with?
I'm just adding on to what you were saying, and I just want to tell you I agree with you having this show. You know, this is a good talk aside from the TD Jakes thing. But I like to say this: I have heard from pastors saying that no, I would not marry two women. You know, they go because they go against their gender. They believe in the Bible. Now, what the government pushes as far as funds for the church, that's two different things from what they supposed to be preaching from the Bible. You get what I'm saying? That's why I say you got the Democratic Party. Everything ain't right on the Republican side, but at least we know.
It's that what you don't understand is they're the same, bro. There's no Democrat or Republican. There's no devil. Do you realize the devil doesn't exist?
Okay, but I want to add this, brother.
Hold on. Let's talk about this. There is something called the rule of duality, where there has to be an opposite of everything. It's like good cop, bad cop, right?
Right.
There is no Democratic Party. There is no Republican Party. They all are the same, okay? There is no devil. There is no Satan. There is only God. But because the human brain operates from a up, down, right, left, you know, duality, there has to be something on the other side of the other something in order for anything to make sense. Like we have two hands, we have two eyes, we have two arms, we have two legs, right? So we operate in duality. So it has to be a yin to a yang. So from a logical standpoint, whether it exists or not, there has to be a Democratic Party if there's a Republican Party, because some people won't be like, yo, I don't like this party. So they got to give you a party to like. There is no devil.
So I'm gonna ask you what party is pushing abortion?
All of them. What you don't understand is the government is all pushing the same thing.
Okay.
It's just like, do you want cookies with chocolate chips or do you want cookies without chocolate chips? They are all cookies, sir. And this is the sad thing that our black people do not understand. It's all the same shit. Okay? Go to a black church. They're going to ruin your life. Period. I don't give a shit where you go.
Why you say that?
I just explained. I just spent an hour explaining that, sir. So I'll just
okay. Now I'm
just going to ignore what you just said because I just spent an hour explaining that.
Right. Okay.
So the thing about it is, we want to believe what we want to believe so bad, where we just want to argue, and we don't even know what the hell we arguing about, right? So I want to give you something to think about right now, right? People cannot behave beyond what they believe. I'll say it again. People cannot behave beyond what they believe. So if you believe that black churches are good for black people, it doesn't make a difference what the hell I say, what the hell I prove. You are not going to believe it because you do not want to behave differently. See, people, it's like a fat person, right? Say you was a fat woman and I was to say, hey, go to the gym and lose some weight. Go to the gym 4 times a week. Do you think a fat woman is going to go to the gym 4 days a week and lose weight? Yes or no? She's not. Why? Because she can't behave farther than she believes because she's fat and she ain't never been to the gym. So in her mind, she's going to believe that going to the gym is not going to change my body. So what's the point of going to the gym? I'm too fat. You know how long it's going to take for me to get all this fat off? If I'm fat, you telling me to go to the gym? I don't even know how the gym works. Evan, can you imagine a fat person going to the gym? A woman, like men go to the gym in high school, middle school, they play sports, right? But a woman, the average black woman, has never set foot in the gym in her life. So she don't even know how the damn equipment works. I want to say this one time. The average black woman does not even know how to operate gym equipment. She's going to go in there and be like, she ain't gonna know what to do. She gonna be doing this. She gonna be like, this is stupid. And she's gonna leave out. I need a personal trainer. Do you know the average personal trainer hates dealing with fat women? Because they don't want to work out. They're lazy. So it's a belief system. So your belief system, because like I said, why did you come up here argue with me when you're agreeing with me? Because your belief system does not want you to behave differently. Your behavior only changes when your belief system changes. And my belief system is black churches are trash. And there's no way in hell I would ever go to a goddamn black church, even at a funeral. You die, I'm not coming to the damn funeral if it's black people there.
Okay, so would you go to a white church?
Yes.
Tell me why.
Because the opposite. Black churches are literally funded to destroy black people. Do you think white churches are funded to destroy black people?
I got to hear more reasons why you feel that way. I mean, how is they destroying black people?
I'm not finna go through that. I spent a whole hour and I'm continuing.
You said about the women. You said something about single motherhood.
Bro,
right?
bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can anybody help him real quick? I know. I got you. Do you realize? Okay, you know what? I'm going to play this video. That's going to help you out, okay? Because I don't want you to feel bad. Do you realize that women are raising us? So if you get to the women, you get to us.
And that is an issue.
Do you know why we so screwed up as men? Because we were raised by women. So, give me a second. Let me look for this video. The woman is the most important part of all of this, bro. All of us are raised by women, bro. So if you screw up the women, we screwed up. Hold on, just 1 second. Let me look for it.
Can I say this one thing?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. There's a lot of churches, black churches, that promotes marriage for sure and promotes manhood.
Hold on.
Working process of the African woman. Take the female and run a series of tests on her to see if she will submit to your desires willingly. Test her in every way because she is the most important factor for good economics. Because she is the most important factor for good economics.
The black woman is the most important factor for good economics.
Mm-hmm.
So you say you've been talking about women. We all been raised by these damn women. That's why we so messed up now. You know how much therapy I had to goddamn go through to unlearn all the dumb shit that my mom taught me? The black woman is the most important factor for good economics. Let's keep going.
Nature had provided for this type of balance. We reversed nature by her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed. The ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen, independent state.
So this book was written in the 16 somethings. All right, let's see. When was the Willie Lynch letter written? 1712. 1712. Are black women running around saying that they're independent in 2024?
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. Think about that. Do you see what the indoctrination actually is? And how is it that, listening to this,
The ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state.
how are women, black women, independent with this frozen independent state in 2024? The black church. The black church literally teaches the Willie Lynch letter. Literally. The Willie Lynch letter is the indoctrination. I need y'all to just think about that for a second. In 1716, they wrote a book about keeping black women independent. And in 2023, I don't even know how many goddamn years that is. Hold on. I got hold on, let's see. 2024 minus 1716. 300 goddamn years later. 308 years later. Women are still running around saying that they're independent. How? By the black church. Who is teaching these dumbass women this shit? The church. Well, who is making these women dumb? I'm not saying the women are, the church has made y'all dumb. I'm not saying dumbass women. Y'all are dumbass women now because of the church. But y'all don't have to be dumbass women if y'all stop listening to this bullshit. Okay? So I'm not calling y'all dumb. I'm saying the things that y'all learn are dumb. Okay? 300 years later, sir. So think about this. Remember how they say black people were slaves for 400 years? We're still slaves because of the black church.
Bro, but not everybody is teaching that. A lot of people that I know is teaching man folk.
Stop. There goes your dysfunctional belief system again. And it's okay. It's okay. There are women in the chat right now who are saying the same thing. Not all single mothers is the same stupid shit. Okay. Any person that says not all people do that is ignorant, okay, and dysfunctional, and it's okay. Women in the chat right now are saying not all single mothers, same old stupid shit that you're saying. Not all churches. You see the stupidity of it? Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Can all birds fly?
Mm-hmm. No. I mean, there's I ain't never seen a turkey fly, and a turkey is a bird.
It can't fly. An ostrich can't fly.
Right.
So not all anything does anything. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that has nothing to do with anything. Nobody cares about not all churches, not all single mothers. None of that matters. Okay. The reason why you have this knee-jerk reaction, think about that. The reason why you have this knee-jerk reaction, the reason why women in the chat right now watching has this knee-jerk reaction of not all single mothers, not all churches, is because, going back to what I said earlier, people cannot behave beyond what they believe. You don't want to believe something. Therefore, your behavior is going to dictate what comes out of your mouth. Instead of saying, damn, bro, you right. How can we fix this? Your belief system hasn't changed. So your belief system hasn't changed. You don't care how to fix it because you don't want it to be fixed because you don't believe there's a problem. So until your belief system changes, you are not going to behave any differently. So Oh, I easily am able to recognize a dysfunctional person, male or female, when they say, not all so-and-so does so-and-so. Because you're trying to, it's something called confirmation bias. And everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. It's called confirmation bias. And it's also called cognitive dissonance. All right. Confirmation bias and cognitive dissonance. Everybody right now, put this in the chat. Type in confirmation bias in the chat. Also, type in cognitive dissonance in the chat. I'm here to help y'all. Your cognitive dissonance, along with your confirmation bias, pushes you to fight me even though you're agreeing with me. Because you can't totally agree with me because it's going to go against your confirmation bias. Belief. Until our people believe that single motherhood is dysfunctional, they're going to continue to be single mothers.
Wow.
Until you believe that black churches are the devil, you're going to keep going to these dumbass black churches.
Can I throw another example?
Go ahead.
Until it's the same thing about the Martin Luther King situation. You know, Martin Luther King wasn't squeaky clean, but America pushes him out there because they kind of used him for their agenda. And that's why they gave him a day.
He was a bitch.
I agree with that in every way.
Martin Luther
King
was
preaching.
Martin Luther King did good work, but he was a bitch.
Yeah.
I don't want no man leading me, telling me, hey, go out here, let's get our ass whooped and don't fight back. I don't operate like that. So to a certain degree, okay, because I do believe in what Martin Luther King did to help us, but to a certain degree, Martin Luther King was a bitch. All right, so listen to this.
How many times have I not put you in jail? She said she was just upset. She also.
So this is what single mothers are running around doing. Daily. Single mothers are deleting children like serial killers every day.
Going professional help or reached out to me and said, I need professional.
So hold on. I don't want to go too far. Listen to this.
This is a triggering conversation for me. One thing I will not do is sit here and be ridiculed by my own child who knows I will go to the ends of the earth for you. You know it.
Is your brother who M'd her in jail? No.
Mama,
no,
I didn't
listen.
Say, no,
you didn't say your piece. Now listen to me. And the reasons why I didn't say nothing, because you know this already. If you felt like you needed more help, I'm not the one to help you with it because I ain't done with my own healing. And
why did you have a child, you idiot? But hey,
you know this. This is not something I hear from you. So if you needed that healing, what you should have did was got yourself some doggone professional help or reached out to me and said, I need professional help. So how the hell am I supposed to help you if I can't help myself?
This is Rayanna Thomas. She's accused of taking video of herself hitting the infant while yelling and cursing at her. Cops say she sends the video to the baby's dad, and he flags down an officer.
You should have done that. You should have done that. You see what I'm saying? Look at this shit.
Rihanna, how many times have I not put you in jail? She said she was just upset. She also told him she'd punch her.
She said, I was just upset. This is a woman that was just upset. And let's listen to what she did because she was upset.
The infant while yelling and cursing at her. Cops say she sends the video to the baby's dad, and he flags down an officer.
She not only blanks an infant, she videos her blanking the infant and sends it to her baby daddy.
The infant while yelling and cursing at her.
Going professional help or reached out to me and said, I need.
See, this is how these infants grow up. They end up like her. These infants under single mothers end up like this woman right here. And then she actually has a baby, right? And then her ends up like this.
Professional help. So how the hell am I supposed to help you if I can't help myself?
This is Rayanna Thomas. She's accused of taking video of herself hitting the infant while yelling and cursing at her. Cops.
She videotaped it.
Say she sends the video to the baby's dad, and he flags down an officer.
You should have done that. You should have done that. Rihanna, how many times have I not put you in jail?
She says she was just upset. She also told him she'd punch her dead in the face, according to police.
This is
Punched the person dead in the face. So listen to this real quick.
The falseness we live in as women is believing that we have high emotional intelligence. And setting the record straight, women have no emotional intelligence. The reason that as women we want to believe we have emotional intelligence is because we are emotional. Because we are emotional as women, we want to think we have high emotional intelligence. But the truth is the fact that we are highly emotional is actually the biggest indicator that we have very low emotional intelligence. Because
So let's go back to here. So shout out to Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar dropped some freaking bars.
The infant while yelling and cursing at her. Cops say she sends the video to the baby's dad, and he flags down an officer.
Okay, so before I play this Dr. Umar video, because this is super dope, shout out Dr. Umar. Before I play this Dr. Umar video, we got to go to a commercial.
How about we meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game? We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games and give them out for Christmas. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play Deeper Discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor why a relationship went bad.
Deeper Discussions Dating Edition. Again, these cards are good for vetting a potential boyfriend, a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. The texture of these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like
they ain't gonna
really
get wore out.
Durable.
All right, shout out to Sonia Murphy. Thank you for the super chat. I served in the singles ministry for the Black church, and it definitely kept its members unmarried. No real connection and monopolized their members' time. It's crickets in there, y'all. Exactly. Thank you so much, Sonia. So here's more proof, y'all. And like I said, I understand y'all don't want to believe this stuff because y'all have been damaged, indoctrinated, and traumatized by your own mother and pastor. Here we go.
Dead in the face, according to police.
This is unacceptable. I'm going to say the least. It's actually.
As far as the Black church and the role that is currently played and where we are economically, relationally, with our families, do you feel like it should have, or it has played the role that it should have played?
Not since the assassination of Dr. King. After Dr. King was assassinated and buried a few days later here in Atlanta, Georgia, the Black church, out of fear, retreated from the front lines of the struggle, and it reinvented itself away from being an organization of agitation to an organization of accommodation, to an organization of accommodation, to an organization of accommodation.
So right there, and everybody watching, I need at least 10 people who have not already bought my card game. Click the link under this video, click the link over this video, click the link that is hovering around. It's like hovering around right here. Make sure to click this link and buy my Deeper Discussions card game right now. I need at least 10 people to buy my Deeper Discussions card game, and I will shout y'all out when you buy the card game. And real quick, to the people who have already bought, I want to shout y'all out because I want to show y'all I appreciate y'all. Let me go to orders. Shout out to Matthew McCullough. Shout out to Donna Thompson. Thank you to Latricia Baker. And thank you to Gary Smith. Thank you, Rodney Jakes. And thank you to Robert. I can't read I don't want to butcher your last name. Thank you so much for the car game. All right. So what do you think about what he just said?
Dr. Umar, he's tough.
What do you think about what he just said?
I agree somewhat with what he said. I would need to hear more so I can elaborate, but I agree with what he said right there.
All right, so I'll back it up a little bit more because he said a lot more. Shout out to Harley Initiated. He was on there last night.
How many times have I not put you in jail?
She said she was just upset. She also told him she'd punch her dead in the face, according to police.
This is unacceptable. I'm going to say the least. It's actually.
As far as the Black church and the role that is currently played and where we are economically, relationally, with our families, do you feel like it should have, or it has played the role that it should have played?
Not since the assassination of Dr. King. After Dr. King was assassinated and buried a few days later here in Atlanta, Georgia, the Black church, out of fear, retreated from the front lines of the struggle.
So the thing about it is, Martin Luther King, his power, because he did do good for our people, his power came from being in the church, right? And they were able to see the power that the church had over the Black people, right? And it has always been like that. Black people have always went to churches, but they were able to see the power that the Black church actually had on Black people, right? Because, of course, when Martin Luther King was doing his thing, it was right after slavery. It was years after slavery, right? So they're still learning about Black people. They're still learning about the integration of Black people, right? So they're like, damn, what we need to do is require all Black churches to teach stupid shit. So we're going to get rid of Martin Luther King, and now we're going to require all Black churches. Remember, this guy said this.
The churches have never revealed. That was on a
right here.
I don't know if I ever told a story about the churches.
I don't think so.
Here in Atlanta, we wanted to buy a church out here, a building.
Oh, wow.
It cost $1 million. We said, we can't afford that because we grassroots. So the minister said, hey, no. We said, minister, how are you able to afford this $1 million building? He said, you go to the bank. I said, no. We went to the bank. All these bank, they say the churches have unreliable income because 1 week it may be good, next week it might be bad because it's based on donations.
Right.
He said, no. He said, Christians have a bank strictly for Christians.
Oh, wow.
That is what happened after Martin Luther King died.
So he gave us the address. Brothers go down there, and the clause is, in order to get the money funded for a church, millions of dollars, you have to teach what they want you to teach. They said to us, our church, our teachings must align with theirs. Jesus is white. December 25th.
Christmas, yeah.
The laws are done away with. I'm like, we don't teach that. You can't get no money from us then. And the churches have never revealed. That was on a sneak tip the minister told us, and we found out, whoa.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So let's keep going with Dr. Umar. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Cash App is Aaron 1000, $AARON 1000.
Invented itself away from being an organization of agitation to an organization of accommodation, to an organization of accommodation, to an organization of accommodation. Now,
see, the Black church is simply there to accommodate stupid people. I'll say it again. The black church is simply there to accommodate stupid people. The majority of people who go to church are stupid. Not all. Because, not all. The majority of people who religiously go to church every Sunday are stupid. The majority. And I'll say it again with my chest. The majority of black people that go to church every Sunday are stupid. Not all, but the majority of black people that go to church every Sunday are stupid. All right. So they go to this stupid church because they're stupid and they get accommodated. They don't get empowered. The church accommodates your stupidity. Okay, think about that. You're stupid. You go to a church and the church accommodates your stupidity. Name a time a church has actually changed the way you think. No, it accommodates the way you think. Think about that. Churches don't change the way you think. Churches accommodate the way you think. Keep going. Churches accommodate what you already think.
The black church accommodates the agenda the white power structure has for us. Before we fought. Now, let's go have a cup of tea with the president. Let's go have a cup of tea with the government and see if we can get a couple crumbs from what he's about to do, although what he's about to do is going to destroy our community. You see that? There's no more fight in the black church. The black church is the black church out of fear, retreated from the front lines of the struggle, and it reinvented itself away from being an organization of agitation to an organization of accommodation, to an organization of accommodation, to an organization of accommodation.
When you see all those black people in stands, 90% of them are stupid. That's why they're in the stands, because they're stupid. And the pastor is accommodating stupid people.
Now the black church accommodates the agenda the white power structure has for us. Before we fought.
The black church accommodates and indoctrinates the white power structure. And what is the white power structure? Here.
Test her in every way because she is the most important factor for good economics. Nature had provided for this type of balance. We reversed nature by her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed. The ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen, independent state. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reversed roles. The ordeal caused...
Listen to that. Listen to that part.
Female offspring in reversed male and female independence. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reversed roles.
She will raise her male and female offspring in reverse roles. And who is teaching black women to raise her male and female offspring in reverse roles? The black freaking church. Now, is all this making sense? Go ahead.
Man, I see where you're coming from and I understand your frustration, but that ain't what I grew up on.
I don't go to black churches. I'm not frustrated. I raise my kids. My kids are good. None of us go to this bullshit. I'm not frustrated. I'm good.
You say you don't believe in hell. Do you believe in heaven?
I believe in God. I don't believe in heaven. I
believe in God. Yeah.
I believe in God.
All
That's
right.
the only thing I believe in. I don't give a damn about none of this other shit. Okay. I believe in God. That's it.
All right. Can I say this real quick? This preacher yesterday, this lady, she was telling her story, how she was traumatized because when she was a kid, At 6 years old, she was
Don't say
touched
nothing
by.
crazy. Please don't say nothing crazy. But
I'm
go
not
ahead.
gonna say she was violated by her grandfather
Okay.
at 6.
Okay.
And she grew up with this trauma, looking at men different, looking at life different. But she said she got to a point and stage where, when she went to church and she got revelation from God about forgiveness and healing. And now she's a counselor for women that was abused.
And
I can also say,
most likely, she's hurting the women that she's counseling.
not really.
Hold on, because you don't know. Don't tell me not really, because neither one of us know. Okay, don't do that. We don't know. Okay, you don't know what the hell this woman is out here doing. So most Black women were emmed. Okay, most. Do you understand that? Most Black women were emmed and or r'd by somebody close to them. 2 out of every 5, or some people would say 3 out of every 5. So that means you see 5 Black women somewhere, 3 of them were emmed and or r'd, or were guaranteed. Okay, 3 out of every 5 Black women were either emmed, r'd, or by somebody that they knew personally. Okay, so that's the first thing. That person, in what you just said, now goes to church, and the church accommodates, not teaches, accommodates your trauma. Okay? Does not get therapy, just goes to church. She gets indoctrinated with this. I'm putting it all together.
She will raise her male psychological. He is the most.
So think about this. She was emmed and r'd, right? Terrible, right? This is what the indoctrination says.
Important factor for good economics. Nature had provided for this type of balance. We reversed nature.
We reversed nature
by her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed.
She was left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed. Just like you said with your friend, right? The male image destroyed because her grandfather did this terrible, horrendous thing to her, right? Do you realize that due to the Willie Lynch letter, every Black woman must be something, I don't want to say the word, in order for the male image to be destroyed? So do you think that this woman that was emmed by her grandfather is going to grow up under a church which is dysfunctional, that literally catered to her feelings of hatred towards men, the male image destroyed according to the indoctrination that all Black churches teach, and now she is a counselor for women? Do you think, with the male image destroyed, do you think she's actually helping women find love with men? The answer is no, because listen to this.
Protected, with the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state.
To a frozen independent state. So this woman is running around counseling women with a frozen independent ideology due to trauma.
In this frozen psychological state of independence.
This is when you find out what your friend is actually teaching these goddamn women. Listen to this.
She will raise her male and female offspring in reversed roles.
Do you actually think your friend is actually not fucking up other women with her counseling? Because if you just think about everything that the indoctrination is saying, that's the indoctrination, okay? She has lost her belief in the protection of a man. She is now in this frozen independent state. She goes to church and they screw up even worse. Okay. It's okay. Forgive your father, your grandfather. That's cool. But that is not therapy. Do you realize forgiveness is not therapy? Do you realize when you deal with something that terrible and psychological, there's something called damaged neuroception. There's something called neuroplasticity. Your brain literally is different. So just going to church don't change your brain back to normal. Your brain is different for forever. So when a woman has been M'd and R'd, she's a worse person to actually go help people because she has a damaged way of seeing men because of what happened to her. Go ahead.
I had to mention she did say she went to therapy. And this lady, I didn't know her. She was just a pastor. She looked like she was probably 60 something. But yeah, she did mention therapy. She said you can't just come to church and shout it out, sing it out, dance it out. You got to get some type of therapy. So, and now she's been a counselor at ECU for about, I think she said about 30 years, you know, so.
So now, see, you didn't say that part. So now, it's okay. And my apologies. So now I can agree that she may have been a help to those women because of therapy. But you said church. You see what I'm saying?
But can I say this? Can I say this also? This is a personal experience.
Okay, just one thing. I just want everybody to understand this. Church is not therapy. Church is anti-therapy. But go ahead.
Okay, I was.
Something happened to your phone.
All right, well,
there you go.
I'm here. All right, so yeah, so I was married before, and it was a toxic marriage. It wasn't a real marriage, but it was at church where I was warned by strangers multiple times to get out of this situation, get out of this marriage with this lady, because, you know, it's a dangerous situation that I'm in, and I ain't trying to be dead or in jail. So it was 3 warnings that I got at church. And, you know, I remember being home and I prayed about getting out of it. You know, of course I had feelings. I thought it was real love and everything, but, you know, I prayed about it.
You got 3 warnings when you was at church. What do you mean?
No, I went to 3 different churches and prophets came to me, strangers. They said, that marriage that you in, she ain't the one for you. And I know what I was going through, like I said.
Hold on. That's confirmation bias again.
Confirmation, that's what I mean.
So let me tell you how the human brain works real quick, okay? And shout out to Kat. Kat said trauma causes brain damage in a sense where you are never the same person again. Facts. I
agree there.
So let me help you understand what confirmation bias looks like, right? You live in a house, apartment. Where you live? Apartments. Okay. If you receive a letter on your door that says there has been an infestation of rats in your apartment complex, right? Do you think when you walk to your what are you going to be doing when you walk to your car?
Looking around.
You're going to be looking for rats, right?
Right.
And no matter where you are, if you're in the city, if you're out in the country, that's one thing. But if you're in the city, if you're in some apartments, is it crazy to see a rat?
Yeah.
No. Have you seen a rat before?
No, but I stay near a hill, so it's possible.
It's possible, right?
Yeah.
So you get this sign on your door that says, we have been infested with rats. Every time you walk to your car, you're looking for confirmation of what somebody just made you believe. And the second you see one rat, oh my God, we're infested. Oh my God, it's been confirmed. Now you're going to call your homeboy, cousin. I got to leave here. We're infested with rats. You just seen one damn rat. But because The letter on your door gave you confirmation bias towards there's an infestation of rats. You see one rat and you go crazy. You want to break your damn lease. That's how confirmation bias actually works. So when you are in your mind in a bad relationship and you don't want to be there, and somebody at your church sees a look on your face and says, you know how people in the church, they're always touching each other, hugging each other. Hey, brother, it's good community type of that's I said a pastor in the church itself is bad, not the community. You can have community anywhere. You ain't gotta be in no stupid ass church in front of no damn half naked white man. No one in hell I sit in front of a butt naked white man. It's stupid. It's almost gay. I'm sorry. Church is almost gay. Like you sit in front of a butt naked white man, like going like this. It's almost gay to me. I'm sorry, but that's neither here nor there. But the thing about it is normal for somebody to see a look on your face and come touch you and check on you and hey, you good, right? So somebody saying, leave your girlfriend, leave these women alone. If me and you went out and had a drink, I'd probably say, man, leave these damn women alone. That don't mean I know about your situation. But the confirmation is going to hit you like, oh, Mr. Let Go said, leave her. And then now you're going to think it's a sign. And then you use the word prophet. It's a prophet. It's not a prophet, bro. It's your own brain seeking out the rats, seeking out the rat infestation. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Oh, no.
Okay, it makes sense.
Okay. All right. So let's go. Because I just want you to see that our brains literally look for what we want to believe in. Just like all I've been talking about is still women in the chat. Oh, you hate women. You're bashing women. It's their confirmation bias. They don't want to see single motherhood as dysfunctional. So instead of saying, oh, he has a point, they're saying you're bashing women. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So just like when I said, to a certain degree, Martin Luther King was a bitch. They're like, oh my God, you call Martin Luther King a bitch. I also said he helped millions of black people. You could be a bitch and help people at the same time.
Well, there's levels to the word bitch. In my mind, thinking about Martin Luther King, because I heard he was beating on his wife. I heard he was in some orgies with some little kids, and you know what I'm saying?
Whoa! Please don't say all this crazy stuff.
Bro. Okay, I'm sorry, bro. I'm just saying it's levels to it.
My whole channel about to get taken down. Come on, man. But the thing about it is,
my bad, bro.
Most leaders were terrible people. Do you realize you got to be somewhat of a terrible person to be a leader? You had to be psycho, crazy, violent, something. Like the leader of a platoon has to be more violent than the platoon itself. Or how are you the leader of the platoon if you are less violent than us? Do you understand what I'm saying? So when I say bitch, I mean he was not violent enough to be leading black people. He was nonviolent, which makes him a bitch. But that does not mean he wasn't a good leader. He was just an extremely flawed leader because he was a nonviolent leader. We cannot have nonviolent leaders. I need my leader to be more violent than me. Because if you ain't with the shits, we can't go out in the war zone because you gonna tuck your tail and crawl up in a fetal position. I need my leader to be more violent than me. I don't need no non-violent leader. No, we're gonna die. And they did die. Thousands of people died. So let's keep going.
Now, let's go have a cup of tea with the president. Let's go have a cup of tea with the government and see if we can get a couple crumbs from what he's about to do. Although what he's about to do is going to destroy our community. You see that? Mm-hmm. There's no more fight in the black church. The black church is more parasitic and exploitative of the black community than the Chinese stop and go. The black church is more parasitic and exploitative of the black community than the Chinese stop and go.
See that? And, you know, you can say what you want to say about Dr. Umar, about the school and all this other stuff. But Dr. Umar doesn't have a reason to be making up shit. Okay? Saying that pushes women away. That is the reason why I believe him. Because I have the same belief. The black church is parasitic. Let's keep going. Hit a like button, hit a like button, hit a like button.
The black church is more parasitic and exploitative of the black community than the Chinese stop and go, than the Latino bodego. The difference between the Latino bodego and the Chinese stop and go and the Walmart and every place else we shop is at least you get something for your money. What do you get back from the black church when you invest? We give the black church $3 million every Sunday collectively in this country. Show me a black church with a supermarket for the people. Show me a black church with a bank for the people. Show me a black church with a manufacturing and distribution network to hire our men and women.
Have you ever heard of I don't know, stupid ass white man buying up all of the farmland and making it illegal to grow your own food? You ever heard of that? You never heard of white people buying up land, making it illegal to grow food?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. A mega church can actually make enough money, or does make enough money, to actually grow their own food, where black people can literally buy food from the church. Think about that. The black church, like he said, makes $3 million a year. No, I think he said it. Hold on. What did he say? How many? Hold on. What did he say?
It's the agenda the white power structure has for us. Before we fought. Now, let's go have a cup of tea with the president.
Yeah, Bill Gates.
Let's go have a cup of tea with the government and see if we can get a couple crumbs from what he's about to do, although what he's about to do is going to destroy our community. You see that? There's no more fight in the black church. The black church is more parasitic and exploitative of the black community than the Chinese stop and go. The black church is more parasitic and exploitative of the black community than the Chinese stop and go. The black church is more parasitic and exploitative of the black community than the Chinese stop and go.
See, the thing about it is, the black church has all the power, but they exploit us. And they make all this money and they funnel it back to the government.
The Latino bodego. The difference between the Latino bodego and the Chinese stop and go and the Walmart and every place else we shop is at least you get something for your money. What do you get back from the black church when you invest?
Nobody ever looks at church as an investment. Think about that. You spend all this money in these dumbass black churches. Where your money going? Nowhere. That's why people who go to black churches are stupid.
We give the black church $3 million every Sunday collectively in this country. Show me a black church with a...
That's what I thought. He said $3 million per week. The black church makes $3 million per week. They don't fund stores. We don't have black schools. We don't have farmland. Where the hell is $3 million a week going, sir? Go ahead.
I know there's some churches that got some schools. I know some churches got some hair salons, stores.
Did you just say hair salons?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff connected to a lot of churches.
Sir, we're talking about growing food, not a goddamn hair salon. Nobody needs.
I know some stores, some churches that got food institutions too.
Okay, awesome. This is the problem, though. Why aren't all of them doing it? If two churches are doing that, so why aren't all church? Why isn't it a rule for churches to actually build schools? Where is the money going? It's going back to the government. Church is another way of child support.
Supermarket for the people. Show me a black church with a bank for the people. Show me a black church with a manufacturing and distribution network to hire our men and women.
But is that the responsibility of the church, though?
It was historically. Why did it change? The black church was the one-stop shop for us from the time we showed up in America. We buried our dead through the church. We got hired through the church. We fought the KKK through the church. We did our politics through the church. Everything you needed was in the black church. So it made sense for you to spend all your time at the church because
see, back then it made sense for you to spend all your time at the church because you got everything you needed from the church.
Mm-hmm.
Let somebody die. I ain't going unless it's a white church. I'm not going to no black church. I'm not going to be in this indoctrinated devil's playground. Nowhere in hell. I'm not going to be surrounded by a whole bunch of stupid people. Nowhere in hell. But does this make sense or no? Or am I reaching? Hello?
It's your platform, so I'm gonna say it makes sense.
I'm sharing my platform with you, and I wouldn't ask you if I wanted you to agree with me. You can say I disagree.
Well, I disagree.
Okay, why do you disagree?
I mean, because not every church is like that.
Okay. Okay, so here goes the cognitive dissonance again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really kind of sad. Because when I say single motherhood is dysfunctional, the first thing some dumbass woman is going to say is not all single mothers are dysfunctional.
Yeah.
That's not the fucking point. The only thing that can come out of your dysfunctional belief system that your mama most likely taught you, it's not even your fault. It's your mother. And I'm not saying nothing bad about no man's mother, okay?
Oh, me personally? Because I grew up with my mom and my dad.
Okay, your mom and your dad, they taught you this shit, okay? They both taught you this bullshit. You do not have the ability at this present time to hear words and interpret the words and utilize the words because your belief system is in the way of you interpreting words. Because I literally said, does this make sense? And you said, I disagree. I said, okay, how do you disagree? And your disagreement was not all churches are A, B, and C. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? That is not a disagreement, sir. Do you understand that? Do you understand that is not a disagreement?
Mm-hmm.
If I was to say all iPhones are trash or whatever, if I just make up something, right? And if I would say iPhones are trash, right? Or if I was to say cell phones be listening to our conversations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say, I disagree. Okay. How do you disagree? Not all cell phones listen to your conversations. Do cell phones listen to your conversations? Do they not? Because I'm sure if you get a Nokia flip phone, it don't listen to your conversation because it's a Nokia flip phone. But to sit here and say, not all cell phones listen to your conversation, not all single mother, that's not a disagreement. Oh, so I'm gonna let you go, brother, because I want to hear your point, but you don't have a point. You just want to say not all. I'm getting a headache. So thank you for coming up to the show, brother. But this is the problem with black people right here. All we want to do is disagree with people, and we don't even have a disagreement to the person we're disagreeing with. But talk to you later, brother. And thank you for pulling up, Dion. All right.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Oh my God. But do y'all understand what I'm saying? How difficult it is helping Black people? Because no matter what I say, it's going to be some dumbass person in the chat. Not all women. No, shut up. Like, if you have a contrary way of thinking, I want to hear it so we can have a conversation. But it's just stupid. But a lot of y'all went to church. A lot of y'all were raised by women. And, you know, it made y'all stupid. So it is what it is. It's our people are doomed, y'all. Let's keep going. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button.
The church was everything. They still want us to spend all our time at the church. And what are they doing for us? If you really care about doing the Lord's work, why are you so comfortable with your people living in hell? If you netting 250,000, and if you a mega church, Creflo Dollar, TD Jakes, if you a mega church and you ain't got no institutions for the Black community, come on, man, use an exploiter. The mega church to have a Black Wall Street. And what I mean by that is those 4 institutions: a clinic for the people, whether they Christian or not, they Black. A school for the children, whether they Christian or not, they Black. A supermarket to feed our people fresh food coming from the Black farmers, okay? And also a bank to invest in our people so we can get this entrepreneurial spirit up, because there's no jobs left in America. We have to help Black people create.
Shout out to Dion. I see you in the chat. Shout out to you.
Create jobs for themselves. We have to become, Black America is going to have to go full-time entrepreneur.
Wow.
No more jobs. They're giving everything to the migrants. The migrants are in America to replace the Africans.
The migrants are in America to replace the Africans. What y'all don't realize is, if y'all don't stop running around doing dumb shit, if y'all don't stop running around having fatherless babies, all this stupid shit y'all keep doing, y'all are going to be doomed. I'm not going to be doomed, because y'all ain't coming to my house. Y'all kiss my, y'all can stay out looking stupid, because I am an entrepreneur. I actually have products and services. I coach women and I offer products that is helpful to my community. So I am an entrepreneur. I have not had a job in 6-7 years. I don't even remember when the last time I had a goddamn job. Right? But y'all gonna be on the street until y'all change your belief system. Till you change your belief system.
This is the purge.
Do they have a role and a hand?
So I want y'all to hear what he just said. He said, this is the purge.
Get this entrepreneurial spirit up, because there's no jobs left in America. We have to help Black people create jobs for themselves. We have to become, Black America is going to have to go full-time entrepreneur.
Wow.
No more jobs. They're giving everything to the migrants. The migrants are in America to replace the Africans. This is the purge.
This is the purge. This is the purge. So let me go here. Going back to the single mother shit.
Single mom. I don't deserve to be a single mom.
Now, this dumbass woman have multiple children behind her, multiple babies, and her dumbass says, I didn't try to be a single mom.
I didn't want to be a single mom.
This dumbass woman says, I didn't want to be a single mom. Why are you a single mom? Multiple times then.
I don't deserve to be a single mom. My babies deserve to have their dads, but their dads ain't shit. I'm so tired. Like, I want a helpmate. I want a husband. I want somebody here to give me that breath, to give me that break, to give me that breather, to give me that space away from my baby. Because family members can only do so much. Like, I'm tired of changing diapers. I just want a break. I just want to be able to walk out the door.
No, bitch. Take care of your little fatherless, little ugly little babies. No, bitch.
And just do what I want. But I can't. I can't because my time revolves around them. I deserve a break. I deserve to be happy.
The biggest, them babies sound like they stink too. Misconception in a woman's life, because men understand this. You don't deserve to be happy. Your job is to build your life in a manner in which you now can enjoy it. That is what adult life actually is. Nobody deserves to be happy. You can't just wake up one day and everything is the way you want it to be. No, you have to build your own life. And a lot of women in particular build their lives backwards. You want the family, you want the house, you want the picket fence, you want the husband. But for whatever reason, the majority of you spend so much time doing everything backwards and wonder why your life is backwards. So no, if you have not built your life in a manner which you can be happy with it, you don't deserve happiness. Because I want you to think about it. Where this woman is right now, do you think any man, whether she wants it or not, do you think any man would actually want to come into her life and say, I'm going to come in and take all these problems off your hands and you don't have to worry about nothing. I'm going to take it. No. Imagine a man just coming to see her and hear all this dumb shit.
I didn't want to be a single mom. I don't deserve to be a single mom.
Do you think any man will want to be around this shit?
My babies deserve to have their dads, but their dads ain't. I'm so tired.
Your babies deserve to go to foster care with your dumb ass.
Like, I want to help me. I want a husband.
Imagine going to her house and hearing all that shit. Are you crazy? I'm gonna come into her life and say, I'm gonna come in and take all these problems off your hands and you don't have to worry about nothing. I'm gonna take it. No, because look what she's done to her own life. And you actually expect him to come in and just take over all of your problems, all of your issues, just to make your life better for you? What about him? You don't think he deserves to be happy? Because if he's built his life to a point where he's now happy, do you actually think he's going to add this to what he's already built? Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. But remember, listen to this.
Even as women,
remember this, listen to this.
The falseness we live in as women is believing that we have high emotional intelligence. And setting the record straight, women have no emotional intelligence. The reason that as women we want to believe we have emotional intelligence is because we are emotional. Because we are emotional as women, we want to think we have high emotional intelligence. But the truth is the fact that we are highly emotional is actually the biggest indicator that we have very low emotional intelligence, because being emotional is having no control over our emotional state.
What's up, Sonia?
Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
Uh-huh. How are
Okay,
you?
yeah. I'm great. How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Enjoying the discussion. I just wanted to say a couple things. I think the last caller that came in, I think maybe the disconnect was between his personal experience operating in the Black church as opposed to the majority of the experiences that a lot of us have faced, and the research and the background that Dr. Umar was talking about on a broad scale. Because I
Well,
feel
stop.
sometimes. Mhm.
Hold on, stop right there. Stop right there. I want you to think about this. If you were beat as a child, right? And you grow up and get beat as an adult, it would be normal because you were beat as a child, right?
Mhm.
So sometimes, and I'm not saying he was beat, but when you are indoctrinated into a certain mindset, regardless of how dysfunctional mindset is, you think it's normal. Does that make sense? And hold on, I'm glad you brought that up. Where is it? Listen to this woman right here. So This is the normalization of stupidity.
Over here pressuring her into being a single mother. See, they don't see nothing wrong with it because they're single mothers too. This is literally all they know. This is the norm for them. This shit has been normalized for them. That's the fucking problem. I'm here to tell you that being a single mother is not fucking normal. Raising a child on your own is not normal. You didn't create the child on your own, so you shouldn't have to raise the child on your own. I know your mama did it and your mama's mama did it, so now you think that you should do it, and it's not the case. And I wish that somebody would step up and shake some goddamn sense into these women. But if you don't believe me, look at the facts. Children born to unmarried women have a higher increase in infant mortality. Our marital status, negative.
Remember, infant mortality. Remember, I told you is a huge amount of single mothers that actually are serial killers, and they actually delete their own children. Infant mortality. They literally delete their own children. Look it up. Find out how many single mothers actually delete their own children. If they ain't deleting them before they born, they're gonna delete them after they born.
Affects black women, and it does not affect white women the same. And this is not by coincidence. This is solely by design. Single parents are most likely to be female and black. And most black single women are at a 30% increase of living in poverty, okay? Black women who have children out of wedlock are at an 85% increase of being single parents and raising the child on their own by the time the child is 2. This is not by coincidence. This is by design. And I don't even think I need to touch on the psychological trauma and abandonment issues that come with you only having one parent in your life. Like, come on. We always talking about breaking generational curses and building generational wealth. Well, newsflash, most wealthy people are married. How are you supposed to build generational wealth with no form of stability? Like, come on, y'all. It's time for us to put on our thinking cap.
And most stupid people are unmarried.
Stop going against the grain. And let me be clear, this is not an attack on single mothers. This is, however, an attack on y'all.
No, this is an attack on single mothers.
Normalizing and glamorizing single motherhood for black women, because in actuality, when you really break it down and look at the statistics, all you're doing is normalizing and glamorizing and fetishizing poverty, because that's really all we have to look forward to. We are literally fetishizing poverty. I just want to point out that we are statistically putting our children at a disadvantage when we make these decisions. So with that being said, black women, we got to have higher standards for the men that we choose to have children with. And to my older black women, like Krayshawn's mom and them, stop encouraging the youth to be single mothers just because you did it. Well, I did it, so you can do it. You shouldn't have had to do it.
So go ahead, Sonia. I just wanted to kind of like go farther into the normalization of the stupid shit that we were raised to listen to and think.
Well, I've said this for a long time, and I do believe this with my heart and soul. If Black people would stop having children out of wedlock and we decided to try to marry each other, try to do right and take care of each other in whatever way we could, we would out-earn the Asians. We would out-earn the whites. We would out-earn the Hispanics. We would out-earn the Africans and Indians and everything else. But that's the only thing that is really, I feel, is holding the Black race back, is those two things. And we just can't get it through our skulls that that's what we need to do.
I totally agree. So let's keep going. So what I want to do now is talk about how dumb these psychologists actually are. Because you got to understand, if the typical Black woman has been M'd and R'd, and she has a delusional or a dysfunctional way of seeing men, and she grows up to be a psychologist, she's still gonna be messed up, right? So listen to this dumbass. Listen to this dumbass psychologist. Listen to this. This is a psychologist. I would never go to a female psychologist because they ain't got no sense.
About 35.
And now you freezing eggs.
You see what I'm saying?
I get exactly what you're saying.
Your biological clock is ticking, which is going to often lead to you presenting yourself to available men as somewhat thirsty because you're not going to be able to hide the fact you're aware of your clock ticking, which is going to end up leading to you possibly never getting married. Black women have to stop putting off family for career because they don't have as many options as their counterparts, the whites, the reds, the yellows, and the browns. That's one thing Black women need to rethink.
I'm going to be completely honest with y'all, okay? And I don't know if this was my own ignorance or what.
So this is a dumbass psychologist right here. Listen to her.
But until like the past 5 years, I did not realize how many Black men hate Black women. And of course, as a mental health care provider, I know a lot of this stems from trauma, possibly with their mother or another female in the past, or maybe they had an emotionally incestuous relationship with their mother, and that's why they have these perspectives. But whatever the case may be, it is disturbing. It is a Black woman's fault that she is a single mom, even though it is the man who left.
This is a educated Black woman saying this stupid shit.
A Black woman's fault that she has to be independent, even though the men around her were not being supportive. And yes,
remember the indoctrination.
Psychological state of independence to a frozen independent state. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reversed roles. With the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state.
So the same independence that the Willie Lynch letter is saying, this dumbass woman is saying. Damn, I went back too far. Here we go.
Is a single mom, even though it is the man who left. It is a Black woman's fault that she has to be independent, even though the men around her were not being supportive. And yet,
do you see it? It's the same exact thing from the Willie Lynch letter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't like how these so-called mental health professionals are presenting a concept as if it's fact when it's just opinion. Because I
She
will say,
literally said, Black men hate Black
hate
women.
Black women. I've never
And
had that experience. I've never felt that way.
Like
And
what?
I'm around
taught
Black
her
men and
that?
white men, and I'm around men all the time in my field when I work, when I work in the legal field,
Yeah.
education, and then also in the sports realm. I've never felt despised or hated or demeaned. It's either you're going to be compatible romantically with a person or you're not. It's not
Or
anything
you're not.
about hatred. But she
So this
presented it
woman,
in her speech as if it was a fact. And she tried to link that narrative as if it is a fact, but it's her opinion.
right.
Mm-hmm.
yes, of course,
And a
women
lot
have
of
to
them are
take
doing that.
accountability for the people that they allow in their life and the decisions that they make. But at what point do we begin holding men accountable? At what point do we say, hey, men, do better?
Well, there's something else going on in our community that is extremely disturbing also. And that is a lot of our highly educated women, specifically in the mental health field, are pure idiots. How is it that a mental health care provider makes a delineation that Black men overall hate Black women simply because Black women are single mothers? Let's just rewind this tape and let me break down everything in specificity for y'all.
I did not realize how many Black men hate Black women. And of course, as a mental health care provider, I know a lot of this stems from trauma, possibly with their mother or another female in the past, or maybe they had an emotionally incestuous relationship with their mother, and that's why they have these perspectives.
So this part is interesting. Remember, this is a mental health care provider. She went to college for this, right? She says, think about this, the men that she perceives as women haters were potentially traumatized by women. So their own mothers.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes back to women, right? It goes back to women. So who are these women that traumatize these men? Their mothers. So this is the first part of the puzzle. If Black men are looking at Black women in a certain light, and the reason why they're looking at Black women in this certain light is because their mothers, who are Black women, traumatized them, right? Due to her insinuation of an emotional incestuous relationship with the son and the mother. That means no father, because it wouldn't be emotionally incestuous if there was a father in the home, right? So the variables that we've collected in what she said thus far is more or less saying that thousands of men, maybe millions of men, were raised by single mothers. And the second part is a possibility that some of these men had an emotional incestual relationship with their mothers. So who would be the perpetrator of the incestual stuff or the fact that there's no father in the home? Women.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Single mothers. Somebody please prove me wrong without saying, not all single. Shut up. You know what I'm saying? Like, just tell me I'm wrong and prove to me I'm wrong without saying not all women are da-da-da-da-da. Because this is shit I'm talking about. This is the shit I'm talking about.
And
Go
I
ahead.
think it goes back to what I think the original lady was saying, like, let's stop normalizing single motherhood, or let's stop
Acting
saying
like
it's
it don't,
okay,
acting like
saying that
it's
it's
not a problem.
normal.
Yeah.
Right. And saying that there's not a problem with it when it is.
Yeah.
And then maybe people like the younger generation will be like, I don't want to be a baby daddy. I don't want to be a baby mama. I want to be a wife and a mother. I want to be in a family. I want mom, dad, brother, sister. I want a family unit, not
Yes.
pieces of a family. I don't want any piece of it unless I can get the whole.
I want the whole thing, right?
I want the whole shebang.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
But
let's
people
keep
aren't
going.
saying that.
The young boy that is a child or the actual mother. So if men have these perspectives, where did they get them from? Their mother or their experience of only having a mother and not a father? And who is in charge of providing a father for an unborn child? Everybody hit the like button. 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 I'm about to drop what this video is about to drop a gem that right is here. A child or the actual mother. So if men have these perspectives, where did they get them from? Their mother or their experience of only having a mother and not a father? And who is in charge of providing a father for an unborn child? The mother, right? Because when I was born, I couldn't read, write, or talk. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't request who my daddy was or anything. I had no say-so. But there was a person that had a say-so on who my daddy is, or who anybody else's daddy is, or whose daddy is married to their mom versus allowing some random dude to knock up their mom. And then this educated scholar goes on to say, why is it, or how is it, a black woman's fault that she's a single mom? Because she had some legs. We all have legs, right? And she opened those legs and she allowed some random dude that didn't marry her to impregnate her, right? So this particular woman is married, which means she did things the right way versus these other women who didn't do things the right way. So I'm not really mad at her. I'm just mad at what she's saying due to the fact that she isn't living y'all's life. So in a way, she's kind of making fun of y'all because she did things the right way. She doesn't have a baby daddy. So in a way, she's kind of making fun of y'all by talking about us, but talking about y'all at the same time. So let's go deeper, since I'm not an educated scholar myself. If I was a woman, the last thing I would ever do is allow some random person that doesn't want me, didn't marry me, to impregnate me, knowing I'm going to be stuck with the baby. What type of person would do that? And if I allowed that, because like I said, I have legs, right? These are my legs that I open and close to whatever or whoever. Wouldn't I be stupid if I allowed some random dude to impregnate me? Or am I wrong? Then she says, even though it's the man who left, the man never was there. That's the thing that nobody wants to pay attention to. He never married her. So there was no left. He was never there. Here's a pure fact. Virtually every last one of you. Oh, some dumbass in the chat said this. I need to meet your mother and the father. You have so much self-hatred. Check this out.
Oh, wow.
Meet my father.
Well, my father and my mother, they stayed married until my father passed away. So if you're talking about me, I grew up in a two-parent household and I was a child of marriage. So
No. She's talking about me. So meet my hold on. I got to get rid of one of these videos. So Demetra, your dysfunctional ass is about to meet my father. Shout out to the dysfunctional people who ain't got no damn sense in the chat. I am here for you. I am here for you. Meet my father, you dysfunctional ass woman.
I'm on YouTube talking about. Hey, Dad. Yeah. Hey, I got a quick question. I'm on YouTube talking about like Cat Williams and you know they're kind of like going back and forth or whatever, right? And Cat. Talking about what? I'm talking about Cat Williams, the comedian Cat Williams, right? So he is talking about how Tyler Perry and you know a lot of these comedians, they actually sold out and wore dresses, and because of that, Tyler Perry is a billionaire, right? And there's a bunch of them that, you know, it wasn't just a few of them. Almost every comedian wore a dress. And somebody just asked me in the chat, how would you look at me? I'm not going to do it, but just a question. How would you look at me if I actually made it, but I wore a dress making it? Like, how would you look at me as my father?
Well, first off, you disrespected yourself.
Thank you. See, this is my daddy right here. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
So that's my daddy, you dysfunctional ass woman. That's who raised me. A man, God damn it. A motherfucking man. Okay? Say man. Say father. Y'all damn fatherless ass. Let me be quiet. Why y'all so screwed up? Because y'all ain't got no daddy. Everybody put no daddy in the chat. You daddyless ass people. Go ahead. Sorry.
And that's another part with the cognitive dissonance part that you were talking about earlier. It's like when somebody disagrees with a talking point and they use a personal jab that's unrelated to the talking point to essentially make a point to your talking point. Those kind of lapses of communication is what sets the Black people further back from actually solving our own issues, coming up with resolutions, coming up with concepts that can move the Black people agenda forward. It's stuff like that.
Check this out. David, you could tell David ain't got no daddy. He said, LOL, a grown man saying daddy.
Well, what else are you supposed to say? Father, dad, daddy. That's the three things they know as.
He's my daddy. What are you talking about? I have
father,
a daddy.
Father, daddy, dad.
Exactly. So
there's really only three things you could choose from, dude. Like, what are you trying to say?
Right. So David, let me help you. Let me help you for a second. There are people out here who actually have these things called daddies. Okay. And I'm proud of my daddy. You feel me? So I say that's my daddy at the top of my goddamn lungs because I have a daddy. Right?
Right.
Now, if you don't have a daddy, I feel sorry for you. And you may want to sit down and talk to your mama about that. But I'm going to scream daddy at the top of my lungs with pride because I have one. See, if I didn't have a daddy and I was calling another man daddy, now that would be in a different context. But I have a daddy, unlike a lot of you fatherless people. Sorry. Go ahead.
I think he said he does have a dad, and that's cool. Dad, daddy, father, that's the same thing to
He ain't got
me.
no daddy. He lying. He ain't got no daddy. He ain't got no daddy.
Oh, honey.
I promise you he ain't got no daddy. Because somebody who has a father would not say that. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Anyway, I think I forgot what I was going to say. I was going to say.
These people in the chat, y'all better leave me alone.
we be trying to get Black people together, and we be getting distracted on little stuff like that.
Right. Right. They always want to say crazy shit. Y'all better leave me alone. I'm gonna roast y'all asses.
This is part of the problem.
He said bro, it was a joke.
I mean, that's cool too.
It's cool, man. I'm joking. It's all good, David. But I'm just saying, y'all come at me I'm gonna roast y'all asses. That's all I'm saying. Y'all better leave me alone. I'm joking too. I don't know y'all. I'm just talking shit.
Dang. But yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. What I was talking about earlier, because I've been in what you would call traditional big black mega churches, and then I've also been in what you would call like a rural mixed, open-ended church or whatnot, non-denominational. And the biggest difference I've seen is kind of what the clip with Dr. Umar was talking about. It's not a lot of sincerity and a lot of rewards that come with serving. Like I was in the homeless ministry and the singles ministry and all of that in this big mega black church, and we barely got a thank you. And we were spending hours and hours of our time every week devoted to the church. And, there was not a lot of payback for our investment. And I'm not talking about
Right.
monetary, I'm talking about time. And that takes a
Even
lot
if
of
it's
emotions and
monetary,
time.
though.
We
Even
just
if it's
wasn't getting it.
monetary. Yeah.
There was like, I'll give you one example. We was trying to do this little singles get together and do like this little basketball tournament or whatever. And it literally took us about 2 months to try to get approval to use the church gym. So basically, like the church that I'm referencing is the Black church in Memphis, very prominent, very historical, been there for several decades since like the late 1800s, early 1900s. And so they have this one big main church building, and there's two others. And the one to the side is where the gym, where you actually have like fitness equipment, and you actually have a basketball court there. And so we were trying to do this thing like get fit with the singles, blah, 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 blah. Summer's coming up, like get your body right. And we're trying to get other other churches in other towns to come to support us and us to do this joint venture. Well, it took us 2 months to even get them to approve us to use that small building that's not even being used by anybody else. So there's so much red tape involved to get one small thing done. And
You
by
know
the
why?
time we got to it, we just lost steam and we said, forget it. We're not even going to do the event anymore.
Because a church is a government building. A church is a government building. Why is it a government building? Because churches are funded by the government.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let me go back. I don't got all sidetracked. Where's it? Here's the video. Dumbass psychologist. Single mothers, your first baby daddy was a bum. Your first baby daddy was a. I was just playing. Seems to be.
Now black men are.
All right, so check this out.
The ordeal caused her to move from her side.
Or whenever this Willie Lynch letter was put together, they also used the word independent, right? So in 2023, women are still whining and lying to themselves about being forced to be independent. No, you are choosing to be independent. Why?
Now black men are like, you know what? At least the quality black men are like, you know what? I actually want to lead my family and my wife in the right direction. Mm-hmm. And we're being met with, well, I'm comfortable being strong, independent, and I don't need no man.
We can finally do that. We feel free. This generation, we can finally be entrepreneurs, do things that we've never been able to do.
So y'all have become selfish then?
No, we feel like we can provide for our own kids by ourselves.
One, you have no. Y'all hear that bullshit, y'all? No idea what to do with a man because your mom didn't have a man, your auntie didn't have a man, your best friend didn't have a man, your coworker didn't have a man. Every woman around you is a single mother. Nobody's married, so you don't even know what to do with a man, how to get married, how to be married. You don't know how to do anything. Even if you look at your family dynamic, 98% of your family members are women. And these 98% of women that are in your family literally sat you down in different situations, in different times of your life, and told you, don't trust no man, go out and get your own education and be independent because you don't need no man. I want to give y'all an example of the type of humans that are raising these children. But listen to this woman.
I'm a woman.
What's that?
This is just a woman. She's married, but just listen to womanhood.
Is that your boyfriend that you're with?
I'm a woman.
What's that?
I'm a woman.
Yeah, the dude you're with, is that?
That's my husband.
Oh, okay, cool. You're great at answering questions. I knew you were. I don't see gender, Seattle, but Did you think I didn't think you were a woman?
Yeah.
Oh no, I knew you were a woman. Okay, good, cool. Wow, thank you for trying to fucking derail my career. All right, well, I'm like, I like your vest. She's like, I'm a woman. I'm like, all right. No one didn't think you were a woman till you said that. Now everyone's suspicious. All right. It was such an odd reaction. You were so confrontational. You didn't meet on the internet. Okay. Have we already talked about where did you guys meet?
We didn't talk about that.
Okay. Wow. What? You really are a woman. What? Jesus Christ.
Just the way. And these are the mothers of humans. These are the mothers of humans. These little people are literally raising human people. They're raising human people. Listen to this shit. They're raising human people.
All right. No one didn't think you were a woman till you said that. Now everyone's suspicious. All right. It was such an odd reaction. You were so confrontational. You didn't meet on the internet. Okay. Have we already talked about where did you guys meet?
We didn't talk about that.
Okay. Wow. What? You really are a woman. What? Jesus Christ.
This is shit I'm talking about. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know.
Oh my God. So, and this is the reason why I'm always saying women need a husband. Like manless women, that woman had a husband, so she's safe, right? But of course she's stupid as hell. But she has a husband, so it's okay, right? Manless women are very dangerous because they don't have any authority figure. And of course, a lot of people are going to be like, oh my God, you said authority figure. Yes, we are your authority figures.
I would add not just dangerous, I would say more so reckless. And
Yes.
in the recklessness that produces the danger, because I've talked a couple times to you about like my friendship circle and the girls that are, we all moved to the city around the same time, and 5 out of 7 of us are married or in serious relationships. And there's one that's very, very, how can you say it? I don't want to say radical or feminist radical or however you want to say it. And her life choices have not reflected very well of her expectations. Put it like that. And she's become very, very reckless in her life. And it's one of those things where she looks at men in a very bitter perspective.
Because most likely she was M'd or R'd when she was a child. Most women are. And most women have that negative perception because that's what the Willie Lynch letter instructs Black women to do.
But she's Dominican, but she classifies as Black.
That's what I said,
or
Black women.
Afro Latina, or however you want to say it.
Yeah. All right, so let's keep going.
They go there to get babysat for 8 hours and come home.
Nichelle Watkins is exhausted.
I feel like they don't care.
So this is a single mother that is mad at the school system for not teaching her child how to read. Think about that. Your child cannot read, and you're mad at the school system for not teaching your child how to read. This is what single mothers do.
It's
Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button.
not their children. They don't care.
After years of pleading for help from Baltimore City Public Schools.
Look around. I'm in public.
After years of pleading for help, instead of after years of teaching your goddamn son how to read. So you're spending years pleading for help instead of spending years reading to your goddamn child.
Yeah, and a lot of the phonetical learning and things they do, they get from the house. And so the more different sight words and also phonetics that they hear from different people, like from a masculine male voice, a feminine voice, a different, a older voice, when they hear more voices and hear more words they can pronounce, and that helps them when it's time to read and sound out the words. But it seems like she really wasn't helping them outside of school, because it does require the parents to be involved with them outside of just what they learn in school.
Public housing. I can't afford.
She's a victim of her own miserable life.
No $1,000 tutor from Sylvan, but that's what he needs.
Well, if you would have not had a fatherless baby, ma'am, you wouldn't be in this damn situation, dummy.
A tutor.
How was your school day?
Pretty good.
Her son
And then this dummy has 2 children.
Is in 4th grade at Johnston Square Elementary. For years, she says she's been trying to get the school system to hold her son back, give him time to learn the materials.
He can't read. He's in the 4th grade.
She said he's in a 4th. What the hell is a 4th? But why did you have a second child? If you're in poverty, if you can't afford a tutor, why the hell did you have another goddamn baby?
How is he supposed to be productive if he can't read?
You told my producers that you're.
Why is your womb productive? Like, shit.
If he can't read.
You told my producers that your mom said something that really upset you. What was it?
She said she hated me and she wished I was dead.
Wow. When did she say that?
Another single mother, y'all. Another single mother, y'all. Another single mother, y'all. This is what these freaking women are doing to these children.
And
listen to this shit.
Something that really upset you. What was it?
She said she hated me and she wished I was dead.
Wow. When did she say that?
In December.
So recently. I'm sorry she said that.
It's okay.
What did that make you feel like when your mom said that?
It made me feel like nothing.
Made you feel like nothing.
This is what you have to remember. The average black woman in America don't get no older than about 14. So just talk to her and deal with her like you dealing with a 14-year-old. Don't come at her like you dealing with an equal, because she's not going to be able to accept that. You got to go way back. And we cut off at about 14 to 15. We don't develop and mature no further until we get some new information and accept some different information.
My whole childhood you talked about yourself, bro.
Right.
And you don't give a.
It's not my fault. They're not going to fault me for that. That's like the magic bullet. I'm not.
You see that, right? You're not going to fault me for what happened to you. How can I not fault you for what happened to you? You are the reason why it damn happened. This is what they do. This is single motherhood at its finest. And look at these children are like, God damn it, you so damn stupid.
At about 14 to 15, we don't develop and mature no further until we get some new information and accept some different information.
My whole childhood you talked about yourself, bro.
Right.
And you don't give a.
It's not my fault. They're not going to fault me for that. That's like the magic bullet. I'm not biting.
You are the only parent in the house. You are the only parent in the house. You are the only parent in the house, bro.
You are the only parent in the house. Like, children have more sense than single mothers. You're the only parent in the house. How is it not your fault?
I think it goes back to accountability, and I feel that the people.
No. Come on now. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. This is not about accountability. I don't know who the hell taught y'all this stupid ass word. Like, and I'm not mad at you, but who came with this dumbass word?
Well,
I
what
think
I'm
it's
saying
about,
is that
it's not about accountability.
you have to take ownership of your part in your own heartbreak. So if I'm on here, like my example is this: if I'm on the internet crying or complaining about something that went wrong with the relationship, right? And I'm blaming the man and I'm saying, well, he did me this way, he did this, he don't do that, he don't do that. And then I keep quiet and I don't take ownership of my part in entertaining a person that showed me red flags early on, in a way, that's expanding like a negative mindset to people that hear me out, because they're going to look at me as the victim and say, well, this guy is so terrible, but they're not going to look and say, well, what did Sonia do to entertain this person that showed red flags early? So that's what I mean by accountability.
I'm just so sick of this stupid word. It's not about accountability. It's about not doing the thing. We have to go towards prevention. Okay. If I don't change the oil in my car and my engine goes out, who gives a shit about me taking accountability for my engine going out? I ain't got
But
no
you could
car.
use that story to tell other people, like, hey, you better get the oil changes. You don't want to end up like me. That's what I'm saying.
Prevention.
The
Prevention.
prevention
The
part. But then if you
accountability.
don't ever fess up to
I
like
get
what
it.
you've
I get it.
done.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But it's a stupid word that is just a cool word to say. It doesn't help anybody do anything, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
A woman taking accountability is not going to change nothing. Okay. It's not about a woman being accountable. It's about a woman being a narcissist. Okay. That's the actual problem. It's about the change behavior. Exactly, Alonzo. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, now what? I just like an axe murderer. Okay, I killed all these people. Okay, now what? They still dead. What about not killing the people, not killing damn people? You know? Going back to this right here.
Sure as that.
She's due back in court in January to establish who her attorney will be.
Okay, this woman deleted her 2 children. Should she take accountability for what she did? Who cares? They are dead. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, I see
dead,
that.
Sonia. They're dead, Sonia. Who cares
I
if she
agree. I
takes
see what
accountability?
But what I was mentioning more so is like when you talk about the single mother epidemic, and you look at a single mother that has she's got one single child, as opposed to having 4 children with 3 different baby daddies, as opposed to having one child with one baby
That's
daddy.
not accountability, Sonia. That's change behavior.
Okay, I see.
It's
But if she's
prevention.
speaking,
It's I'm not going to do it again. I don't care about you admitting what you did. That's one thing. It's about not doing it again. We have to focus on not doing it again and not accountability. I'm so sick of YouTube sitting around. We need to hold women accountable. No, we need to find out why these women are so fucked up and help them not be fucked up, or stop having sex with these fucked up women. I don't care if they're accountable. I care about them doing it again. And if we put their asses out in some woods and let them fend for themselves with their little pookie babies, they'll learn. I don't care what you did. Are you not going to do it again? And that is a problem. Listen to this shit right here.
My mama listens, but she don't hear.
Okay, give me an example.
Please. Like, I told her, like, hey, Mom, I got stuff like that in January.
I'm so sorry.
And she lit a cigarette and was like, okay. And then she didn't say nothing, and I got up and I walked off.
What was going through your mind at that moment?
I was when I was younger. This is a triggering conversation for me. One thing I will not do is sit here and be ridiculed by my own child who knows I will go to the ends of the earth for you. You know it.
Mama,
no,
I didn't
listen.
say, no,
you said
I
you didn't say your piece. Now listen to me. And the reasons why I didn't say nothing, because you know this already. If you felt like you needed more help, I'm not the one to help you with it, because I ain't done with my own healing. And you know.
So this right here ain't even about accountability. The daughter literally wants her mom to acknowledge her pain.
Right.
Cool.
I could see that.
But to the rest of that's between the daughter and the mother. The rest of us It ain't got nothing to do with accountability.
Right.
Guess what? If she did not have another child and she has one child, guess what? She did her job by not multiplying her problematic issues. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, she has 3 kids, it's a problem. But if she has one girl and that one girl got M'd one time and everybody learned and nobody made the same mistake again because she didn't have any more kids, she didn't traumatize nobody else, she is admitting that I'm fucked up. I can't teach nobody shit. I'm an idiot. She's literally letting her daughter know, ma'am, I'm an idiot. What do you want from me? You see how it's important to change your behavior? I'm an idiot. I don't need to be no man. I don't want to have no more kids. Leave me alone. That's better accountability than, hey, acknowledge what happened. No, just don't do it no more. You get what I'm saying?
I see your viewpoint.
I see value in what that woman said to her daughter, even though it's messed up. But at the end of the day, she's admitting that I'm an idiot. Don't come to me for anything. I'm an idiot. Go to a professional because I'm stupid. Go to a therapist because I'm an idiot. That is actually, on a back end, good parenting. I'm too stupid to help you. Go to a therapist. I mess you up, but I can't help you. Don't talk to me about nothing because I'm stupid. That's actually good parenting.
Now, is there taking what you just said, is there a way for these people what leads them to change behavior? Is it hitting rock bottom over and over again? Is it, somebody taps them on the shoulder? Is it good advice? What leads them there?
The answer to the question is realizing that nobody's here to help you. See, women actually think somebody is going to save them, which is the government. That's why I'm against single motherhood, right? The day women start getting put out of their homes, which happily we're going to talk about today, women are getting put out of their homes and they're homeless. Because I actually think if you can't afford you and your little poverty-stricken little pookie babies, y'all can go live in the woods somewhere and gated out where there's no bears, so they won't get eaten by bears, and let them eat tree sap and figure it out on their own. And agree to get their tubes tied. So it's like, remember, change behavior, right? We'll let you out of the woods if you get your tubes tied. That will be a rule, because that'll be changed behavior. You can no longer have more pookie babies. You can no longer have more fatherless pookie babies because your tubes are tied, right? So if you want this government funding, if you want us to take care of your little stupid poverty-stricken ass, you got to get your tubes tied, because that will be changed behavior. And if you don't, take your dumb ass out and live in the woods and eat tree sap. Lick tree bark for food and hold your head up and wait for it to rain to drink water or drink creek water. You and your little pookie babies. Or get your tubes tied, change your behavior, require therapy for like 2 years, and we'll take care of you and your little pookie baby. If not, eat tree sap. That's the answer. It's consequences, Sonia. Women don't have consequences. Women don't have consequences. Women can just run around doing stupid shit over and over again, and nobody says anything to these goddamn dumbass people. That's what it is. Put these motherfuckers out in the woods and make them eat tree. Well, no, not make them eat tree sap, because that would be wrong. Allow them to eat tree sap and lick tree bark in order to find food. Make them hunt squirrels. Them and their little pookie babies get out in the woods and hunt squirrels. Don't give them shit unless they get 2 years of mandatory therapy and they got to get their tubes tied so they can't make more pookie babies. Does that answer your question?
I mean, somewhat. Like,
Women don't have consequences. If I do something, I'm gonna go to jail.
okay, so here's my follow-up question. So who allows women to skate by life without consequences? Is it
Men.
other women or men or the government
Men.
or church, or who is it?
All of it. Okay, Sonia, I literally broke all this down.
Well, you
The
answered my question.
government,
You answered
I
my
get it. The government literally wants Black people to still be slaves. I talked about it
Thinking
right here.
process of the African woman. Take the female and run a series of tests on her to see if she will submit to your desires willingly. Test her in every way because she is the most important factor for good economics. Because she is the most important factor for good economics. Nature had provided for this type of balance. We reversed nature by her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed. The ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen, independent state. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reversed roles.
The government, Sonia, men, white men, wants us to continue to allow y'all to make us slaves. The Black woman has always, the reason why we were enslaved for 400 years is because of women. Women, the mothers, because you raise your little kids, don't go against the slave master, right? Don't go against the slave master. Listen to the slave master. And then the boys grow up, these 17, 18, they got muscles and shit. They like, yo, we about to overthrow the white man. Here comes your, don't you dare say something to massa. If you say something, I'm going to tell on all y'all. I'm trying to protect y'all. But Ma, we're trying to escape. No, don't you dare. We love massa. No, the hell we don't. You got to listen, mommy. The woman is the most important part of good slave economics is y'all asses. And that's the reason why I say what I say about single motherhood. So yes, men are in charge of this. White men, they want to keep us stupid. And the way they keep us stupid is by putting us under the leadership of freaking women. So let's keep going. What's the video?
I'm not
You the only parent in the house. That's why I gotta do this. I gotta do for my daughter.
Murdered, and you're not going to tell me
talking
that I
about
was robbed at
yourself.
gunpoint.
Why parent in the house?
Develop and mature no further until we get some new information and accept some different information.
My whole childhood you talked about yourself, bro.
Right.
And you don't give a.
It's not my fault. They're not going to fault me for that. That's like the magic bullet. I'm not biting
You
the magic
are
bullet.
the only parent in the house.
Y'all got to understand. Y'all got this is the mindset of women. She literally said, "You're not going to fault me for that. You're not going to fault me for your life being the way it is." And why did the mother say that? Right here, the mother.
Talk to her and deal with her like you dealing with a 14-year-old. Don't come at her like you dealing with an equal, because she's not going to be able to accept that. You got to go way back. And we cut off at about 14 to 15. This is what you have to remember. The average black woman in America don't get no older than about 14. So just talk to her and deal with her like you dealing with a 14-year-old. Don't come at her like you dealing with an equal, because she's not going to be able to accept that. You got to go way back. And we cut off at about 14 or 15. We don't develop and mature no further until we get some new information and accept some different information.
My whole childhood, you talked about yourself, bro. Right. And you don't give a.
It's not my fault. They're not going to.
Right there. It's not my fault. You're not
Right
going to
there.
fault me. Go ahead.
So when the lady, what was it, Queen Scheherazade? What's that lady's name that was talking?
Shahrazad Ali.
Yeah, Ali. So when she says the mindset of the black woman doesn't change beyond age 14 unless she accepts new information,
Mhm.
would it have been better if she said if she accepts new consequences for past behavior? That's when her mindset elevates beyond the ages of 14. Because we have people that, and the reason why I say that is because looking at change behavior and behavior theory, you have people that accept and hear new information every day, but that doesn't change their behavior. And then
Right.
you're saying that if black women have accelerated negative behavior
Mhm.
and that they have not received consequences, and
Right.
that's what's continuing the accelerated
Mhm.
negative behavior, would it be safe to say that the only thing that will create change behavior and a changed mindset is
Is
not the
make
new
them eat.
information, it's
Yeah.
new consequences?
Right. Put them out in the woods and let them eat tree sap. Everybody in the chat, type in tree sap. I'm dead serious. Like there was a video of people put a one in the chat if y'all seen the video of people nailing people's doors together. I don't know if anybody put a one in the chat if y'all seen that video of the government boarding up people's houses where people were still in it. Put a one in the chat if you've seen that. Put a one in the chat if you've seen the video of people boarding up people's houses with them in it. I was like, good. Because these loser, stupid ass people think they can live on the government for decades. No, either get out or get your ass boarded up inside the goddamn house. You got a choice. You can live in the house boarded up because you can't come outside because we don't want your ass out here with us because you're a heathen, or you can go out of the house and go live in the woods and lick tree bark and eat tree sap. Yes, board them houses up, kick these women out and let them go homeless. I don't give a shit. Because here's the thing, Sonia, if they don't care about their lives, why the hell would we care? If you don't care about your child's life, why the hell would you care? Y'all asses run around getting abortions anyway. Abort your ass out in the woods somewhere. We need to abort the women too, not just the child. Abort the women too. Get your ass out of here too. Both of y'all go live in the woods. Hunt squirrels. Learn how to make a fire. Hunt squirrels. So I
Because
agree.
one thing I will say about, traditional black families like in the 50s and 60s, from what my parents have said, because that's the time frame when they grew up, is that if you are in a family unit or a relationship as far as like husband and wife, that there were consequences to women who were defiant or who were
Yes.
openly disrespectful out in public. There were
Mhm.
consequences to women who were promiscuous out in public. And, there were consequences for women who did certain things that were undesirable to the family unit or to society in general. And
Yeah.
back then, of course, I wasn't alive back then, but from what I've heard people say is that they had better wives, they had better husbands, they had better families, even though you had the outliers where there was some kind of emotional, verbal things going on back then, which, I don't want to get off topic. But my idea of it is that maybe if there were consequences and the majority of the men, the majority of the women held each other to a standard of consequences for their actions, we would have better partners. We would have better
Yeah.
boyfriends, girlfriends, fiancés, husband and wives, but we don't. We
Yeah.
say we want a certain kind of woman, and then we see that certain kind of woman and we look over her because she's not doing certain things that we
Yeah.
like,
And
or
somebody in
vice
the chat
versa for the
said,
men.
And somebody in the chat says, be a little empathetic. No. No, not at all. Kick rocks. Go live in the woods. No, ma'am. Because women are children, right? Even Sarazad Ali just said women are children, 14-year-olds, right? And when you don't give a child consequences, they run over you. Okay? So I said this to my daughter the other day. My daughter's grown. I said to my daughter, do you remember when you was little and you stole something out the store? And she said, yeah. I said, do you remember when we went to the store, you stole something, you was in the back seat. I found out you stole something. I got out of the car, came around to your door, opened the door, and I said, get out. She said, yeah. And you started crying. She said, yeah. I said, you have two choices. I said, you can live out here on the streets like the rest of these thieves, or you can stay in this car and you can take this back to the store and apologize. And if you ever steal again, your ass is going to be homeless. I do the same thing to my children. Play with me if you goddamn want to. Get out.
But you had a well-behaved children because you gave them consequences to their actions.
Consequences.
And a lot of us who grew up with a dad in the house, you know, a father figure, our dad, mom, the family unit, whatever mom didn't see, dad saw, whatever dad didn't see, mom saw, and gave us consequences to our actions as a family unit. And we felt that. And because of that, we grew up to be better people.
Right. It was a time when my daughter, she was fussing with her mama. She was like 16 at the time, 15, 16, 14, 15, 16, right? She was fussing with her mama. And then I heard her say in the background, I don't want to live here anymore. I was like, oh, okay, well, get out. I said, put it on the phone. I said, hey, let's do this. Let's do this. I'll get you a hotel for a month. And you can just live in the hotel after a month. And after a month, you live in the hotel, figure your life out. How about that? Deal? No. What you crying about? No, you said you want to leave. I'll find you a hotel, a nice hotel, a Marriott hotel. Really nice, right? Room service, whatever, right? But after a month, you got to figure your own shit out because your ass ain't come back here. How about that? I'll give you a real nice hotel. See what happens a month later, how dumb you end up looking. So, just like when you were little, you have an option. You can either get out or you can stay and shut the fuck up. Which one would it be? My lovely child, she said she'll shut the fuck up. We'll keep going because this family don't play that shit. Get out. Guess what? I'm divorced. I divorced my ex-wife. She kept undermining the house. Get out. I don't give a shit who you are. If you don't abide by the practical, structured, fair rules of this household, get the fuck out. Cat, dog, mom, dad, daughter, get out. I bet niggas will start acting right then.
Oh yeah, it's about it's the respect, you know.
I'm just saying. And of course, I didn't tell my ex-wife, get out. But I got tired of her undermining the household. And I'm like, I don't want to do this shit no more.
As it relates,
I don't want a divorce.
When you say undermining the household, do you mean as it relates to the parenting or the budget or
Everything. If you keep undermining this household and you are not a specific cog in this system, and you keep fucking up the system because you keep doing dumb shit, regardless of what your role is, child, whatever, get out. Respectfully, nicely. I'm not telling nobody to get the hell out. I'm just being, I'm a little extra, but I never told nobody to get out.
Being straightforward. Well, I could see that because I feel that like the men in the former generations, like my great uncle and aunt, they've been married now for 70 years. They just had their 70th wedding anniversary. They still dote and love on each other, but they just had such high quality life together and trust in their partner. But then back then they had a certain set of principles and guidelines, and the men stuck to what those guidelines were, and they didn't let the lust of the flesh or social conditioning change what their standards were in the women that they had, and they actually had a backbone to help them pick good people to marry, and they're still married. And I just look at their relationship like, wow, y'all, you got it right, but then there's some women that are in my age range that they have no good examples of what a healthy marriage looks like because none of the women got married.
Right. Okay. So here's a video about getting put the hell out. Right. Women all over the country are getting put the hell out, and I'm happy about it. And I got a whole bunch of people. I posted this video on Facebook, and I got a whole bunch of women getting mad at me, and we're going to talk about the comments. So listen to this. With no purpose in life, 4, he doesn't even have to want to be with you because all you want is a baby, and 5, without marrying you.
I wanted a baby. That's that. I only ever planned for having a baby. I didn't plan on that baby growing up and going to elementary school or going to college and being an adult. I did not even plan.
Just think about the literal stupidity right there. The literal stupidity of this. The utter stupidity. Like, the utter stupidity. You had no understanding that your child is going to grow up.
And being an adult, I did not even plan for any of
life. 4, he doesn't even have to want to be with you because all you want is a baby, and 5, without marrying you.
I wanted a baby. That's that. I only ever planned for having a baby. I didn't plan on that baby growing up and going to elementary school or going to college and being an adult. I did not even plan for any of that.
And that is the reason why you are a single mother. Not her. She's married. Like I said, her whole video is underhandedly making fun of y'all. But you are the problem because you keep allowing random dudes to impregnate you. Something that animals aren't dumb enough to do.
Y'all, it is really sad because so many landlords are no longer accepting Section 8 vouchers.
All right, so we're going to talk about these Section 8 vouchers. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button right after this commercial.
How about we meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card?
Come on, thing.
And play this fun dating card game. We'll have fun. And see if we're compatible. Hey, how about we meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game? We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm down.
Okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games and give them out for Christmas. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play Deeper Discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor why a relationship went bad.
Deeper Discussions Dating Edition. Again, these cards are good for vetting a potential boyfriend, a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. The texture of these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like,
where in Atlanta, people are staying in homeless shelters and
She's married. Like I said, she's married. Like I said, her whole video.
shelters and those.
But you are the problem because you keep allowing random dudes to impregnate you. Something that animals aren't dumb enough to do.
Y'all, it is really sad because so many landlords are no longer accepting Section 8 vouchers to the point where in Atlanta, people are staying in homeless shelters and those tent cities, okay? Figure out what's going on.
Encampment. What's the use of a voucher and I can't do anything with it?
In a lot of people's faces when they can't find a place.
Moved by her experience, she is working with other students to figure out why landlords are locking out tenants on Section 8.
We just want to know.
So this is what's actually happening in real life.
Did you not get paid on time? Was the relationship with the tenant bad?
In Cobb County, the Housing Authority says in the past 2 years, the number of landlords actively participating in their program has dropped 20%. What would you say?
So this is in Atlanta, right? And I personally will never, ever take Section 8. I don't want a single mother. I don't want a single mother living in my house.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you because I'm not too familiar with it. Is that some kind of government assistance thing that helps people get housing for cheap? Is that what that is?
Yeah, you get
They're
10% off
saying,
your rent if you have a Pookie baby.
okay, and then they're saying that the problem with it is the past couple of years, the landlords or potential landlords are not
Are
honoring
not
it.
accepting it because you have to opt into the Section 8 program. So I rent out my houses
Duplex or whatever.
to just families, a husband, wife, and children. I don't rent out my places to women and children because one, they're gonna tear it up because they ain't got no damn sense. Because I'm not renting shit out to no single mother. That's just dumb. If you actually are stupid enough to rent, if you have real estate that you value, that you want to actually grow in value, the last thing you want to do is rent out your place to a single mother because they're gonna tear it up. It's happened to me.
Okay.
I had a single mother literally almost burn my house down.
Oh my goodness.
Dead ass serious. I'm
Was
dead
that
serious.
Airbnb property?
No, it was a house. She literally burnt the entire bedroom because like single mothers are fucking they don't have no damn sense. So there's no way in hell I would rent my house or anything I have in the future to a damn single mother. No way in hell. So because there's no structure in the house. The child is just going to run around doing dumb shit, so it is what it is. So let's keep going.
What is at stake if we don't figure this out?
You're going to see a huge increase in homelessness, women, children, our most vulnerable.
Good. Stop having fathers' babies and get married. You won't have this damn problem.
Populations will be suffering.
Ladies, it's over. Having a baby and getting Section 8 or having a baby, getting food stamps, having a baby and getting a check is now over. The single mother epidemic is finally about to be over. The government has been your husband for way too long. Now it's time for you to go get therapy, fix your little attitude, fix your life, and go get your own husband. And I'm not making fun of anybody going through anything. I'm not making fun of anybody not being able to find somewhere to stay. But the bottom line is this: we all are adults. And the biggest problem in our community, the Black community, is single motherhood. And why is single motherhood an epidemic? It's simple. The government keeps incentivizing you and paying you money in order to be single mothers. And now they're pulling a rug from up under your feet. And I love that because, like I said before, we are adults. If you want to run around having fathers, babies, don't know who the daddy is, oh, well, you're going to have to figure your own life out. If I want to go out here and do something irresponsible as a grown man, I got to pay keyword pay for my decisions. And for too long, you ladies have been able to just run around like little children, just having babies left and right. And here comes the government paying your bills, giving you Section 8, giving you food stamps, giving you a check. But all of that is over. You now are going to have to live with your decisions. And I use the term live loosely because live loosely. Your ass going to be eating tree sap. Some of y'all are living on the street, and I'm not making fun of it, but I need you to understand. You think you can live your whole life living off the government, or either having a baby so you can live off the government, and you think this is going to happen forever? You are a grown woman. And yes, I know there are men who are on Section 8 also, and I'm speaking to them too. But the number one reason why I'm here is to help end the single mother epidemic. You ever wanted to know why I do these videos, why I coach women, why I do what I do, is specifically to end the single mother epidemic. That is the number one thing that is hurting our people. And my job is to help end fatherlessness. So all of you ladies who've been enjoying getting incentivized by the government, getting paid to be single mothers, it is over. You got to figure something out, get you 2 jobs, go take your little child to your mama's house or go move with your mama. You ladies are adults just like we men are. Y'all want to be equal. Y'all want to be independent. Y'all want to leave marriages and y'all want to be single. Have at it. Have at it. Because you no longer are going to be able to depend on the government. And this is what's crazy. The government isn't taking away Section 8. We landlords are no longer accepting Section 8. So it's not really the government that's taking away your little baby money. It's the landlords that are making a conscious decision to not let Section 8 people live out in nice neighborhoods where hardworking families. Someone said, Mr. Let Go, do you know what happens to toddlers on the streets? Yes, they get eaten by foxes. Shout out to the foxes. I know you probably never. If you had a husband, you won't have to worry about getting eaten by a fox. Just so you know. Heard of the word family, which means a husband, wife, and children. Husband, wife, and children. Husband, say the word husband. We're no longer incentivizing you to have more fatherless babies. No, you got to get it out the mud just like the rest of us. You know why this is important? Because there are millions of young women out here who don't have children yet that are slowly getting talked into, hey, all you have to do is have a child and you can get Section 8. Not anymore. So those millions of young women who don't have children yet, it's important for you to see this. If you want to end up like these older women out homeless, looking crazy with her little 2-3 kids and she don't know who the father is, young women, get some therapy and find a husband. Get some therapy and find a husband.
11 million single parent homes.
Do not allow these miserable single mothers trick you on the streets with all this independent women stuff. Get you a man, let him fall in love with you, have a baby with him, break up with him, and next thing you know, you got all this money, you got this Section 8, you got all these benefits. Nope. It's a wrap. I am here to help the young women who have not already ruined their lives yet to actually focus on getting married and settling down and starting a family the right way. And I'm here to let y'all know that it's not just me that is sick of this single motherhood mess. The rest of the city is sick of it. Get you some therapy, find you a man, get him to marry you, and do things the right way, or end up homeless. Period. So, I got a whole bunch of backlash from that video. But go ahead, you about to say something?
No, I don't think it needed any backlash at all. I agree. Here's the thing I never understood. I never understood how they pushed that single single mother narrative and you're going to get a check and have all this money, because all the single moms I've ever talked to, they always said how much of a struggle it was. They're emotionally tired. They don't get breaks. It's always a juggle. It's so hard. And I'm like, it can't, it can't be worth it to get even if you got the full government package, the WIC, the food stamps, the Section 8, the this, the that, the free insurance, and the child care tax care credit. Even if you got all of that, that's not enough to it. That's not enough to make it
So,
to where you can be comfortable as a single mother. It doesn't even make sense.
Sonya,
And even
Sonya,
the
Sonya,
celebrities, baby
Sonya, hold on,
mamas,
hold
they're
on.
struggling.
Let me explain why. Women don't seek comfort. Dysfunctional women, they actually seek chaos. They want their lives to be trash. Women, to a certain degree, there's something called damaged neuroception. When you've been traumatized by your single mother, and all you know in life is chaos and dysfunction, you actually go out in the world and seek out chaos and dysfunction. You get what I'm saying? You literally go and seek out chaos and dysfunction because as a child, regardless of how you live, when you grow up to seek a way to relive your childhood as an adult. So if you grow up in chaos and dysfunction, you literally seek out as an adult chaos and dysfunction in order to feel safe, because that's what you're used to. People look for familiarity in different parts of their lives. So, as an example, I grew up. I took over my household as a 13-year-old. So if anybody knows my story, when I was 13, I told my mom to sit down and I started beating up my mom's boyfriends, right? And I ran the household. Well, because of that, as an adult, I lived my life.
I've lost the audio. Can I sign back in? I think somebody called me and it messed up my audio.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So as an adult with me, I actually seek out the same way I grew up as a child. We all do. It's just what it is. So people seek. So when you see this dumbass woman right here,
single mom. I don't deserve to be a single mom. My babies deserve to have their dads, but their dads ain't. I'm so tired.
So you may look at this woman and say, oh my God, why did she put herself in this bad situation? It's because this is most likely how she lived as a child. Her mother was her. So the only way she can operate is to operate as her mother operated. And then there's another side of dysfunctional women that nobody ever wants to talk about is women are self-deprecating. I'll say it again. Black women are self-deprecating. Black women are self-deprecating. If you've been traumatized as a child, you're not only used to chaos, you not only see chaos as something familiar, you also are self-deprecating. That means you are naturally going to find a way to ruin your own life. And the drama, the problems, the stress, the issues are literally going to make you feel good. Black women have a problem with self-deprecating.
I didn't want to be a single mom.
Because I just want y'all to think about this. Just think about it. Like, you have to, something has to be wrong neurologically or biologically for you to actually purposely to go out and have a fatherless baby with a dude that don't want you. And now you're sitting here with a bunch of fucking crying ass children. You don't think this woman didn't try to do this? This is self-inflicted. This is, can you redrop? Okay, I got you. And if anybody else wants to come up, I'm dropping the link in the chat. If anybody else wants to come up and be a part of the show, I just dropped the link in the chat. Click the link in the chat. Click the link in the chat. So yes, it's a struggle. Black women look for reasons to ruin their own lives so they can find an excuse to be strong. Let me say it again. Black women find different ways to ruin their own lives in order to be able to show how strong they are. You can't show how strong you are until you ruin your own life already. So this woman is crying, but she ruined her own life. These are multiple children in the background.
I didn't want to be a single mom. I don't deserve to be a single mom. My babies deserve to have their dads, but their dads ain't shit. I'm so tired.
That woman did that on purpose and now is complaining about it because women enjoy complaining. Women are like children. You know, children are like, mommy, mommy. Women are the same way. Women have to ruin their own lives in order to have something to complain about. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
that helped. Thank you. Yeah, that's the
Okay.
part I never got. Thank you for explaining it to me because it makes sense now. Because I mean, even some of the celebrity baby mamas, they supposed to have babies with these rich dudes. They are not living the way that people would think that they're living as far as monthly income and all of these riches and stuff, because they're always complaining that it's never enough. And I'm like, well, why didn't you just wait for like a solid regular guy to come along and, you know, prove himself to you, and you show up and you prove yourself to him, and then you marry and then have the kids? But they went after the celebrity guy thinking that that's going to get them really paid. But even those circumstances, that's not guaranteeing that, you know, they're going to be rich and have a bunch of
Right.
money and
So
have a comfortable life. Because the celebrity baby mamas, they're complaining too.
okay, so this is an example of what a couple of people have said about that single mother is over video I just did. Somebody says, what the hell did you just say? You should be ashamed of yourself. You cold-hearted MFer, right? She called me a cold-hearted MFer for saying single mothers need to go live in the woods and eat tree sap if they can't get their own lives together and get some therapy and find a husband, right? So I said the cold-hearted person is the woman who keep having babies out of wedlock. See, I'm cold-hearted for commenting on women doing stupid shit and ruining their children's lives. But aren't the women who are doing stupid shit and ruining their children's lives, aren't they the one that are cold-hearted? Because I'm not hurting your child. You're hurting your child, right?
Right.
So how am I this cold-hearted person when I'm just doing a video? My kids are taken care of. I was with my daughter yesterday. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not cold-hearted. I take care of my kids. I'm a father of my kids. My family, like the women who are in these poverty-stricken environments, they're the ones that's cold-hearted because, like I said, just like this dumbass woman right here, she's cold-hearted. I
didn't want to be a single mom.
She did this shit to herself. She's the idiot. I'm not cold-hearted. So somebody else said, you need therapy, you insensitive person, to put everyone in the same category. I said, the person that needs therapy are the women who keep having babies by random dudes and looking for Section 8 to take care of their fatherless poogie babies. So how am I insensitive when y'all are the ones that are having the babies? Aren't y'all the one that are insensitive? Your wombs are insensitive. Your wombs are insensitive, not me. Your wombs are. Your hole is unsensitive or insensitive. Sorry. Okay? You know what I'm saying? You get mad at me. I ain't got no womb. I ain't got no coochie. I can't have no baby. Your ass can have a baby. So let's keep going because it gets worse, Sonia. Watch how bad it gets. It gets worse. Having fatherless babies require marriage before. Everybody hit the like button. If you have not hit the like button already, hit the like button. Or you have a baby or face the consequences. You and your little fatherless baby are going to have to just get out here and figure it out just like everybody else. We ain't feeling sorry for you no more.
52% of black children in America live without both parents in the household. What would you say is most responsible for this?
The choice that so many women are making to choose the government as husband instead of a black man.
Every time I see this bull-headed bankrupt, bitter, brainless bully. Number one, there are 11 million single-parent homes inside of the United States, and 80% of those homes are led by women. Black women are the most educated group, and when you see those graduates, most of the time they're single mothers.
So let's talk about this first. The most misunderstood statistic in America is black women are the most educated people in America. Two things. One, who cares? Because just because you're educated doesn't mean you're actually making the money that your education was promising you. The majority of people who graduated from college aren't even in the field that they actually studied in college. And the second thing is a reason why black women are the most educated, because the other cultures, the other races have husbands. They don't have to go get 5 different degrees in order to make a living because they're by themselves. They have a husband. A husband. So the other races of women don't have to do all this stuff. They got a husband. So you, Miss Single Mother, have to go get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different degrees in order to make $45,000, $50,000. The majority of these educated single mothers got at least 3 degrees. Why? Because one, she realized when she got her first bachelor's degree that took 4 years to actually get, and now she's like $45,000 in debt. She can only make $32,000 with that bachelor's degree because so many black women are educated where y'all have literally saturated the workplace where now you got to get 2 more degrees in order to make over $50,000, which means now you got about $70,000 in school loans that you haven't paid back.
17% of black women create and lead businesses. That's significantly more than other races of women. And out of all of those women in business, guess how many of them are single mothers?
17% of black women create and lead businesses. Why are these women working so hard? I want y'all to think about that. It's not necessarily a good thing. You got 8 degrees and you're creating and leading all these businesses. Do you think women really want to do all of this? No, they're doing it for survival. Why? Because they can't get a husband. They done started their family backwards where they got 2 baby daddies and no husband. And now these counterproductive women are looking for a husband after they don't have their kids. That don't make no sense. So this is the reason why so many of y'all are educated and got 3, 4 jobs and all this other stuff, because you have to, because nobody wants you, because nobody wants you, because nobody wants you. It's not a good thing. You're not a man. We men are supposed to do all this stuff, not you. But like I said, since you decided to start your family without a husband, now you put yourself in a position where you have to operate as a woman and a man instead of just a woman. But all that would have been taken care of. If what? You would have required marriage before you start running around having fatherless babies.
Contrary to what most of y'all believe, government assistance is not some come up. Most single mothers prefer going to work instead, sitting around getting.
So remember you said a lot of these women are in poverty and all this other stuff. This is one of the women that are in poverty. Family without a husband, now you put yourself in a position where you have to operate as a woman and a man instead of just a woman. But all that would have been taken care of if what? You would have required marriage before you start running around having fatherless babies.
Contrary to what most of y'all believe, government assistance is not some come up. Most single mothers prefer going to work instead. Sitting around getting some chunk change from the government is not the best option for a single mother.
Well, in all honesty, single mothers don't prefer to work. They have to work because they've stupided themselves into a corner where the only way they're going to survive and not end up homeless. And speaking of homeless, aren't black women the most evicted group of people in the entire United States? Look it up. But my point is, you actually would. That was the first video. We talked about that. Like to not work. Who wants to work? But like I said, you don't prefer to work. You have to work in order to survive because you ruined your own life before you've gotten a husband.
Most of the mothers who are out here living off Section 8 vouchers are living in poverty-stricken environments filled with crime, drugs, alcohol, and bad education.
So she says most women who are living on Section 8 are living in poverty-stricken environments. My question to you is, why did you put yourself in that situation? How about you focus on getting your life together before you have a baby? because it's not about being on Section 8, being in poverty-stricken environments. Most likely you were in a poverty-stricken environment before you had the baby. So now you're trying to blame being in poverty on your child. No, you're in poverty because you are in poverty. Ooh!
Okay.
You are not in poverty because of your child. You are in poverty because you are in poverty. Woo! I went crazy in that video. Oh
Yeah,
my
or you're
God.
making poverty-like decisions too.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like you got a mortgage coming up, but you done spent $2,000 on Beyonce tickets.
Yeah. See, the poverty is up here. Yeah. See, the poverty ain't about money.
It's that
It's your
mindset.
badass decisions. Exactly.
That mindset.
Oh,
Yeah.
I gotta rewind that part. I ain't gonna lie. I went crazy on that part. Work because they've stupided themselves into a corner where the only way they're going to survive and not end up homeless. And speaking of homeless, aren't black women the most evicted group of people in the entire United States? Look it up. But my point is, you actually would like to not work. Who wants to work? But like I said, you don't prefer to work. You have to work in order to survive because you ruined your own life before you've gotten a husband.
Most of the mothers who are out here living off Section 8 vouchers are living in poverty-stricken environments filled with crime, drugs, alcohol, and bad education.
So she says most women who are living on Section 8 are living in poverty-stricken environments. My question to you is, why did you put yourself in that situation? How about you focus on getting your life together before you have a baby? Because it's not about being on Section 8, being in poverty-stricken environments. Most likely you were in a poverty-stricken environment before you had the baby. So now you're trying to blame being in poverty on your child. No, you're in poverty because you are in poverty. It has nothing to do with Section 8 and has nothing to do with your child. It has a lot to do with your decisions. But like I said, if you would have required a man to marry you before you start running around having babies, would you be in poverty then?
So the mothers who are out here living off Section 8 vouchers are living in poverty-stricken environments filled with crime, drugs, alcohol, and bad education.
Alcohol, drugs, and bad education. Sounds like a tough life. So you, Miss Single Mother, are now going to raise your child, 1, in poverty, 2, around alcohol and drugs, 3, in bad schools, and you could have avoided all of this by doing what? See, what you ladies love to do is sit around and complain and blame people for your terrible decisions. Oh, we're in poverty, we're on Section 8, bad schools, and okay, but guess what? There are good schools also on the other side of town. So hold on. So Everton said, Mr. Let Go, when you were 13 and took over your house, your words, what would have happened if you and your mom were tossed out on the street? Well, guess what? We were already tossed out on the street. Some of y'all may not know my full story. Me and my mom was homeless. Me and my mom lived in a house. What is it? What is it? What is it when it's like a house with families? What is that called?
Multi-generational
No,
home.
just a random people house where random people live in the house.
Not a
Boarding house.
boarding house, rental house.
Yeah, living in a boarding house. Okay. So we were homeless. We were homeless. We lived on the street. We lived in a hotel. If you're in Atlanta right now, we lived in the Alamo Hotel. Motel, I mean. It's still there right now. If you're in Atlanta, if you grew up in Atlanta, you know where the Alamo Motel is on Stewart Avenue, the old Stewart Avenue. Put a 1 in the chat if you're in Atlanta and you know what the Alamo Motel is. Me and my mother lived in the Alamo Motel. And then we end up living in a group home with other families. And then we end up living with some random people that I never knew who it was. Yeah, Stewart Avenue, the Alamo Hotel. I went Silver High School. Yes. We lived in the Alamo Motel. So we were homeless. So when I talk about women and single mothers, I know what the hell I'm talking about. Because my single mother almost got us killed at least 20 different times. So I had to take over the house before her ass got us killed. So I know what I'm talking about when I talk about these goddamn single mothers. I love my mom, but she didn't know what the fuck she was doing. Women are children. I'm not mad at her. She's a child. See, that's the thing. People are like, oh, you hate your mother. I have the acceptance to know that my mother is a child. My mother was a 14-year-old girl mentally. She don't know how to take care of a child. She ain't got no damn sense. She's a woman. Women don't supposed to take care of children. So I'm not mad at my mom. If my mom was somebody else and didn't have a husband, I would have been in the same situation. Y'all were in the same situations. Y'all lives was fucked up too. Anybody that grew up under a single mother had a fucked up life. Period. So I'm not mad at my mom. She's a woman. Women have no business taking care of children, not by themselves. So no, I don't resent my mom. She's a damn woman. Like, what do I expect out of a woman other than a woman needs to be a helpmate to a man. So without being a helpmate to a man, you're going to ruin her life and she's going to ruin somebody else's life. She's a woman. I don't expect a lot out of women. Women are helpmates. Y'all were put on this earth to be a helpmate to a man, not to be a head of a household. That's it. So yeah, I just wanted to answer that question. Yeah, we were homeless. Talking about we could have been homeless. Shit me.
They must be new to the platform, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Blame being in poverty on your child. No, you're in poverty because you are in poverty. It has nothing to do with Section 8 and it has nothing to do with your child. It has a lot to do with your decisions. But like I said, if you would have required a man to marry you before you start running around having babies, would you be in poverty then?
So the mothers who are out here living off Section 8 vouchers are living in poverty-stricken environments filled with crime, drugs, alcohol, and bad education.
Alcohol, drugs, and bad education. Sounds like a tough life. So you, Miss Single Mother, are now going to raise your child, 1, in poverty, 2, around alcohol and drugs, 3, in bad schools, and you could have avoided all of this by doing what? See, what you ladies love to do is sit around and complain and blame people for your terrible decisions. Oh, we're in poverty, we're on Section 8, bad schools, and okay, but guess what? There are good schools also on the other side of town, but you can't afford to live there. Why? Because you chose to have a whole bunch of babies out of wedlock, or you had those same babies with losers. Everybody say it with me, losers. You know, y'all ladies love having random babies with losers. Why? I don't know. It's crazy, but it is what it is.
A government assistance check, not even a child support check, is taking care of half of the expenses that comes when you have children.
Well, she says not even half of those expenses are covered by government assistance or child support. You think all of your expenses are supposed to be paid for? The only way you ladies can live a life where you don't have to pay no bills is if you're married. Woo! Woo! The only way that you can live a life without paying any bills if your ass was married. Oh my God. Rewind. Get a husband. Live there. Why? Because you chose to have a whole bunch of babies out of wedlock, or you had those same babies with losers. Everybody say it with me, losers. You know, y'all ladies love having random babies with losers. Why? I don't know. It's crazy, but it is what it is.
A government assistance check, not even a child support check, is taking care of half of the expenses that comes when you have children.
Well, she says not even half of those expenses are covered by government assistance or child support. You think all of your expenses are supposed to be paid for? The only way you ladies can live a life where you don't have to pay no bills is if you're married. Sorry, you got to pay all the bills and depend on the government because you're not married. Sounds like it really sucks to be a single mother. So why do y'all keep being single mothers? Then a lot of y'all have 2-3 kids out of wedlock and then whining about your life being trash. What in the world? Aren't you a double single mother with multiple baby daddies? How did you get to the second one if you're in poverty and poverty-stricken areas? Why did you do it again?
Tired of black men trying to make it seem like majority of black women are that ignorant.
Sorry, but just listening to everything you're saying, you are making it look like a lot of black women are ignorant, not me. Because if you just rewind everything she said, you're going to be like, oh my God, poverty-stricken environments, terrible schools, drugs and alcohol, multiple baby daddies. I think you're doing a pretty good job at that. We black men.
She sounds like a whole dumbass.
And don't really need to do nothing. We just need to sit back and just watch your life turn into crap.
I get $264 a month garnished from my son's father's pay.
So if you're only getting $264 a month garnished from your baby daddy's pay, wouldn't that mean he's a loser? And wouldn't that mean that you are a loser chooser, a pookie picker, or both? I don't know. Because why is it being garnished from his pay? That means he's not paying on his own. I've never had any wages garnished, so I don't know. But I can only assume that garnishment means you are not wanting to pay somebody some money. And if you don't want to pay somebody, especially your child, $300 a month, $264 a month, you most likely are a loser, right? So back to the question, are you a loser?
So if I had $260 garnished from my check every month, I'm a loser. Because that means you had to go to court to make them take it from me. That means I'm a loser. So
Right. So the court order, it would have to been like a default judgment, and they did enter the court order and garnish the wages that's on file. So yeah, that would, in my opinion, that would mean that.
Yeah.
Loser chooser, or are you a pookie picker, or both?
When I filed for government assistance because my son's father left me to die in a damn hotel.
Why were you in a hotel? You didn't have anywhere to live? So not only did you have a...
Ma'am, why are you giving up some ass and you living in a damn hotel?
Or are you a pookie picker, or both?
When I filed for government assistance because my son's father left me to die in a damn hotel.
Why were you in a hotel? You didn't have anywhere to live? So not only...
You got to be one dumb woman if you having sex with a man and you're homeless. Damn. Like, you don't realize your coochie can kind of like get you somewhere to stay? Your dumbass out here homeless and still having sex and had a baby while you're homeless.
Did you have a baby by a loser? You had a baby and you were living in a hotel? See, forget about the man, right? He left me to do... You are a grown woman. Why are you in a hotel in the first place? The only time I go to a hotel is when I go out of town or I'm doing an event or, you know, something, but you're in a hotel with a newborn baby? What? So I can only assume, because I don't know, you were living in a hotel and not visiting a hotel. Yo, is this your life or are you reading a horror movie? Why don't you get your life together so you won't have to worry about living in hotels and poverty-stricken areas and drugs and alcohol? What in the world? What is going on with your life? Just stop everything for a second and look yourself in the mirror and say, yo, what has happened to me?
Some of us was out here planning to be married. Some of us was out here planning to be married. Some of us was out here planning to be married.
Some of us were planning on getting married. Well, guess what? How about you plan better without having a baby while you're planning on getting married?
To all the men out here that think that single mothers are the problem or single mothers are doing all of this damage to the Black community.
Jury, according to everything that she just said, do you think single mothers are the problem and they're destroying families?
So that is my soliloquy on how the churches are pushing Black women to be single mothers and how women at some point are hopefully going to go homeless and live in the woods and eat tree sap and hunt squirrels. And the world after 2 years will be a better place. But Sonia, what are your thoughts? Because I'm hungry. I'm about to go get something to eat.
I know, right? I mean, it's a good topic. I don't know all the solutions, but I think we as a Black community, we have to come together and decide if we're going to do this return to traditional family values and stop being so promiscuous and irresponsibly sexually. If you want to have sex and feel good, get you some good birth control and come together with a plan and stop sleeping with random people that don't want you. You know, stop being with the losers. Stop being with the people that don't respect you and treat you bad. I mean, some of this stuff is just common sense, but I feel like we have to have a benchmark of values. We have to communicate those values, stick to those values, and execute on that as a people in order to get through some of these issues that we keep having.
I'm glad you brought that up. Do you know what I did that that made myself responsible while I'm having sex? Do you know?
What was that?
I got a vasectomy. So I could just be like,
there you go. That's the solution. I mean, they have diaphragms, they have spermicide diaphragms, they have all, they have like 30 different kinds of contraceptives, birth control, all kind of combinations of things, and people just choose. And the thing that shocks me the most is the most promiscuous people that I know personally use the least or no forms of birth control. And the more chaste people, the people that don't sleep with somebody unless there's love or a relationship on the table, honey, they be using 2 or 3 things of birth control religiously, faithfully. They get a plan together with this man and they come together. And, you know, and then we're looking
sorry, you don't date women. So that is not the truth. That is not the truth. Good girls have unprotected sex with every man that they have sex with. I'll say it again. Good girls have unprotected sex with every man she's ever had sex with. There is not a good girl that can say that she's had protected sex with one of her mates. Every one of her mates, she had unprotected sex with. A lie. All y'all ass out here are wearing no condoms. Liars.
But I'm talking about alternative birth control methods as well, not just condoms.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying.
But I see what you're saying too. But there are alternative forms of birth control, because you know condoms aren't the only one. But
right.
When I'm saying my personal experience, I'm talking about friends talking. You know, saying like what they're doing, what they're not doing. That's the context I was saying. So it's like, you know, kind of like if you're gonna do something, at least protect yourself so you don't get sick or bring potential innocent people in the world. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
There's research. The doctors have figured it out. The scientists have figured out. It's women have what's called a reproductive cycle, right? Learn biology, learn anatomy, learn your cycle, learn about birth control if you are going to go out there and sleep around. Protect yourself.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. I promise you.
I hope y'all learned something.
Isn't.
Right. I hope y'all learned something from this show. This was fun. This was entertaining. And like always, Sonia, I appreciate you pulling up. having fun with me, and
Always.
I am fun to eat me some salmon because I am hungry. I ain't ate all day. And it's 5 o'clock. I didn't even know I was gonna be on her this damn long.
I know this was a long one.
This was a long one. But yeah, I had a lot. I had
I'm
a lot
running
to
low
get
on
out.
battery. I'm running low on battery. That almost never happens.
I had a lot to get out today because I was like, these women got on my last nerves about the single mother mess. So I had to talk about it today. So y'all have a good rest of y'all day. And before y'all leave, thank you, Sonia.
Okay. Bye.
And before y'all leave, don't forget to pick up your Deeper Discussions card game. Okay? Everybody, happy Martin Luther King Day. Don't forget to go get your Deeper Discussions card game. The link is hovering around right here somewhere. The link is under this video. The link is over this video. There's like a shop button under this video. Hit the shop button. Boom, you can buy the card game. The link is pinned at the top of the chat, and the link is in the chat. So buy my Deeper Discussions card game and stay away from Pookies if you could, because I know it's hard because y'all love y'all some Pookies. Talk to y'all later.
Get really wore out.
Durable.
Hey, how about we meet up at a coffee shop and play this fun dating card game? We'll have fun and see if we're compatible all at the same time.
Ooh, what's the name of the game?
It's called Deeper Discussions.
I'm
I talked about TD Jakes, David.
down.
Okay, meet you at 6.
Fellas, buy this card game. Ladies, buy this card game. Buy about 2 or 3 card games and give them out for Christmas. The main reason why people can't stay together isn't because they don't like each other no more. It's actually because their present family issues come up or their past family issues come up. But when you play Deeper Discussions, you'll be able to understand a person's family issues up front.
This game can be played with either 2 people or an entire group. So have fun.
Question number 1. Name a time when money was the main factor why a relationship went bad.
Deeper Discussions Dating Edition. Again, these cards are good for vetting a potential boyfriend, a potential girlfriend, a potential husband, a potential wife. The texture of these cards are so soft and silky, by the way. Like
they ain't gonna get
really
wore out.
Durable.